Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to see you, Elon. It's been almost 6 years where I sat with you here in this platform with a great audience. It was your first trip to Dubai with your family. I hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was wonderful. Very much enjoyed.
Hope,
I see my head is gigantic on the stage. I think my head has grown larger since we last met.
is it because of Twitter?
Yeah, I don't know, perhaps. It, um, Twitter is certainly quite the roller coaster.
Elon, just it's been 6 years. Within 6 years, we've seen tremendous things since our last conversation. We've seen the pandemic, Russian-Ukrainian war, development of Chat GPT. You launched Starship. You recently also acquired Twitter. Can I ask you this question?
What has happened?
Why you bought Twitter? Why didn't you create your own platform? Maybe it was cheaper for you?
I mean, I thought about creating something from scratch, but I thought Twitter would perhaps accelerate progress versus creating something from scratch by 3 to 5 years. I think we are seeing just a tremendous technology acceleration that 3 to 5 years is actually worth a lot. I mean, to be frank, I was a little worried about the direction that and the effect of social media on the world, and especially Twitter. And I thought it was very important for there to be a maximally trusted sort of digital public square where people, within countries and internationally could communicate with, the least amount of censorship allowed by law. Obviously, that varies a lot by jurisdiction, but I think in general, social media companies should adhere to the laws of countries and not try to put a thumb on the scale beyond the laws of countries. I think this is something that is probably agreeable to the legislators and the people of most countries. So I think that's the general idea, is just to reflect the values of the people, as opposed to imposing the values of essentially San Francisco and Berkeley, which are somewhat of a niche ideology as compared to the rest of the world. But Twitter was, I think, doing a little too much to impose a niche, San Francisco Berkeley ideology on the world. I thought it was important kind of for the future of civilization to try to correct that thumb on the scale, if you will, and just have Twitter more accurately reflect, like I said, the values of the people of Earth. That's the intention, and hopefully we succeed in doing that.
Sure. But how do you see Twitter? If we say 5 years down the road, what's your vision for this platform? What should it do?
Well, I think I'd like to, have this sort of long-term vision for something called X.com from way back in the day, which is kind of like a sort of like an everything app, where it's just maximally useful. It does, payments, it does, so it provides financial services, provides information flow, really anything digital, and also provides secure communications. So really I think be as useful as possible, as entertaining as possible, and also to be like a source of truth. Like if you want to find out what's going on and what's really going on, then you should be able to go on X, the X app, and find out. So it's a sort of source, a source of truth, and a maximally useful, I guess, app is about the wrong word, but system. And Twitter is essentially an accelerant to that sort of maximally useful everything app. Yeah.
How you are gonna? I mean, if you look at Twitter today, I mean, it's a platform. Sometimes there is a lot of misinformation in Twitter. Sometimes I don't feel comfortable even because there is some way there is this negative between nation, between people, between a different ethnic group. There is this hate thing. How you are going to fix this issue where you are on a mission for humanity to get them together?
Yeah, I think there's something that we're putting a lot of effort into called community notes. It's currently just in English, but we will be expanding it to all languages. That is, I think, quite a good way to assess the truth of things, where it's the community itself, basically the people of Earth who are basically, not exactly voting, but competing to provide the most accurate information. So it's sort of a competition for truth. And I think it's a very powerful concept to have a competition for truth. And because you can also say, like, what is true? It's because what may be true to some may not be viewed as true to others, but you want to have the closest approximation of that. So I think the community notes thing is very powerful. I think trying to have as many organizations and people and institutions verified as being legitimately those people and organizations is important. And to have the organizational affiliation clearly identified, so that if you want to find out if somebody's actually, if an account is actually, say, from a member of parliament or a journalist, or let's say if a Twitter handle is actually belongs to, say, Disney Corporation or something like that, you can go on Twitter and it's sort of an identity layer of the internet, and you can confirm that is in fact the case. And I think once you've got these sort of interlocking sort of identities, it's actually very hard to be deceptive in that case, because and it's also, you have a reputation to protect at that point. So I think then people are far more likely to be measured in their response, and be more reasonable, since they have reputational value at that point. So these are some of the ideas that I have, and I'm not saying that for sure it will succeed or that it's going to be perfect, but I am confident that it will, over time, head into a good direction. And I think the evidence for that will be, do people find it useful? As we're measuring sort of the total user minutes, but not just user minutes, unregretted user minutes is, I think, the key figure of merit. Because while, for example, TikTok has a very high usage, I often hear people say, well, I spent 2 hours on TikTok, but I regret those 2 hours. I'm not trying to knock TikTok, but it's just, we don't want that to be the case with Twitter. We want to say, like, okay, you spent half an hour on Twitter, but you found it to be useful and entertaining and a good thing in your life. And ultimately be a force for good for civilization. That's the aspiration.
Thank you. Elon, we have over 150 government within the World Government Summit, global leaders. They have 8 billion customers, their citizens. How government can use Twitter better to serve its citizens?
Yeah, well, I think generally I would recommend really communicating a lot on Twitter, and I think it's good for people to speak in their voice as opposed to how they think they should speak. You know, like, you know, sometimes like people think, well, I should speak in this like way that is expected of me, but it ends up sounding, I think, somewhat at times somewhat stiff, but and not real. You know, like if you read a press release from a corporation, it just sounds like propaganda. So I would like encourage CEOs and of companies and you know, legislators and you know, ministers and so forth to speak authentically and to, you know, if there's a, say, a particular policy, to explain it, and I think there's, you know, sometimes a concern about criticism, but I think at the end of the day, you know, having some criticism is fine. You know, it's really not that bad. I mean, I'm constantly attacked on Twitter, frankly, and I don't mind. It's you know, you have to be somewhat thick-skinned, I suppose, at times. You know, just because they really will try to twist the knife. But I think just like I said, just as a forum for communication, it's great, and I would just encourage more communication, and like I said, to sort of speak in an authentic voice. Like sometimes people will have someone else be their sort of Twitter manager or something like that, and I think people should just do their own tweets. You know, it sounds. Okay. And like sometimes you make a mistake or something, it's fine. But I think just doing your own tweets, just like you would do your own, you know, you give a talk here, or you would, you know, have a meeting at a summit or something. I think that's the way to do it, is to actually do the tweets yourself, and convey the message that you want directly. Yeah, so, but you know, I mean, one thing I should say, and I know this is called the World Government Summit, but I think we should be maybe a little bit concerned about actually becoming too much of a single world government. If I may say, that we want to avoid creating a civilizational risk by having, frankly, this may sound a little odd, too much cooperation between governments. You know, if you look at, say, at history and the rise and fall of civilizations, that really all throughout history, civilizations have risen and fallen, but it hasn't meant the doom of humanity as a whole, because there've been all these separate civilizations that were separated by great distances. And so, you know, say like while Rome was falling, Islam was rising, and so you had like a you know, the sort of caliphate doing incredibly well while Rome was doing terribly, and that actually ended up being a source of preservation of knowledge and many scientific advancements. And so, so I think we want to be a little bit cautious about being too much of a single civilization, because if we are too much of a single civilization, then if the whole thing may collapse. I'm obviously not suggesting war or anything like that, but I think we want to be a little bit wary of actually cooperating too much. It sounds a little odd, but we want to have some amount of civilizational diversity, such that if something does go wrong with some part of civilization, that the whole thing doesn't collapse, and you know, humanity keeps moving forward.
Thank you. You see, I hear you. I agree and disagree with you at a certain point, and I think, you know, today people, they don't fight with sword anymore. I mean, they have nuclear weapons. So if there is this conflict, the whole civilization will be gone. The whole human civilization will be gone. And what we are trying to do here at the Emirates actually is to do exactly what you are saying. We have 180 nationalities. You have every single race, every single religion, and we're trying to create a model that show the world that it doesn't matter who you are, what your color, what's your religion, where you're from. humanity can live in peace and harmony.
Yeah, I mean, that would be great.
My last question, I'll go to Twitter again, then we'll move out of Twitter if you allowed us. I mean, you've been running Twitter as the chairman, as the owner, as the CEO, and that's take a lot of time. Did you identify a CEO and when you are going to hire him?
Well, I think I need to stabilize the organization and just make sure it's in a financially healthy place, and that the product roadmap is clearly laid out. So I don't know. I'm guessing probably towards the end of this year would be good timing to find someone else to run the company, because I think it should be in a stable position around at the end of this year.
Elon, if we move to other subject, I mean, at the summit here, we have speakers who speak about state of the world, state of geopolitical of the world for the next 10 decades, state of the economy of the world, now and the next 10 years. If I ask you about the state of technology, if you can elaborate a bit and brief us, how do you see technology in the next 10 years from now?
Well, see, 10 years, it's always difficult to predict technology with precision, especially over a 10-year time frame when it is changing so much. I mean, there's obviously the transition to sustainable energy with solar, wind, batteries, and electric vehicles. And that is, if you look at the percentage growth of that, that is a very high percentage growth. Although because of the massive industrial base of the current sort of fossil fuel economy, even if all, for example, if electric cars were 100% of production immediately, it would take 20 years to replace the fleet. So this is still something that is quite gradual. It's measured in at least a few, 30, 40 years type of time frame. On a more sort of near-term time frame, I think artificial intelligence is something we need to be quite concerned about and really be attentive to the safety of AI. You mentioned ChatGPT earlier. I played a significant role in the creation of OpenAI. Essentially, at the time, I was concerned that Google was not paying enough attention to AI safety, and so I, with a number of other people, created OpenAI. And although initially it was created as an open source nonprofit, and now it is closed source and for profit. I don't have any stake in OpenAI anymore, nor am I on the board, nor do I control it in any way. But the ChatGPT, I think, has illustrated to people just how advanced AI has become. Because the AI has been advanced for a while, it just didn't have a user interface that was accessible to most people. So what really ChatGPT has done is just put an accessible user interface on AI technology that has been present for a few years. And there are much more advanced versions of that are coming out. So I think we need to really be, I think we need to regulate AI safety, frankly. Because if you think of any technology which is potentially a risk to people, like if it's aircraft or cars or medicine, we have regulatory bodies that oversee the public safety of cars and planes and medicine. And I think we should have a similar sort of regulatory oversight for artificial intelligence, because it is, I think, actually a bigger risk to society than cars or planes or medicine. So, and this may slow down AI a little bit, but I think that might also be a good thing. The challenge here is that government regulatory authorities tend to be set up in reaction to something bad that happened. So if you look at, say, aircraft or cars, the cars were unregulated at the beginning. Aircraft were unregulated, but they had lots of airplane crashes, and in some cases manufacturers that were cutting corners, and a lot of people were dying. So the public was not happy about that, and so they established a regulatory authority to improve safety. And now commercial airliners are extremely safe. In fact, they're safer than if you were to drive somewhere. The safety per mile of a commercial airliner is better than a car. And cars are also extremely safe compared to where they used to be. But if you look at, say, the introduction of seatbelts, the auto industry fought the introduction of seatbelts as a safety measure for, I think, 10 or 15 years, before finally the regulators made them put seatbelts in cars. And that greatly improved the safety of cars. And then airbags were another big improvement in safety. So my concern is that with AI, if there's something bad, if something goes wrong, the reaction might be too slow from a regulatory standpoint. So I'd say, like, if I'd say, like, what are the biggest risks to the future of civilization? There's AI, but AI is a double, it's both positive and negative. It has great promise, great capability, but it also, with that comes great danger. I mean, you look at, say, nuclear, just discovery of sort of nuclear physics. You had nuclear power generation, but also nuclear bombs. So anyway, I think we should be quite concerned about it, and we should have some regulation of what is, if fundamentally, a risk to the public.
Very great. Let me move to another subject, Elon. Education. I mean, you have your own philosophy about education. With AI, education might change dramatically. Can you tell us briefly about your philosophy of education? And number two, do we need 12 years of schooling and 4 years of university?
Well, with respect to education, I think in general, some things that we could do to make it more compelling would be to explain to children why we are teaching a particular subject. The human mind has evolved to really forget anything that it deems unimportant. So, in fact, human memory is really quite bad relative to, say, the memory of your phone. Your phone can remember the entire contents of an encyclopedia down to the last letter and pixel. But human memory is terrible by comparison. So the mind is constantly trying to forget things, actually. So if you explain the why a subject is being taught, that will then establish relevance, and it's much more likely to result in motivation for kids. And then also, if you teach knowledge, especially in the sciences, as solutions to a problem, it's much more effective. So, like, let's say you're trying to understand an internal combustion engine. Well, it's actually better to sort of take that apart and then say, okay, well, what tools do we need to use to take it apart? We need a wrench and screwdriver and various other things to take it apart. Well, then you understand that the reason for the tools. And so, like, for mathematics are like tools in physics and engineering. But if you teach to the problem and then you understand, then you establish the relevance of the tools, then it's actually much easier to remember mathematics and physics because they help explain how the world works, as opposed to teaching them without explaining why and simply teaching them. It's like, instead of having teaching to the problem, currently people teach the tool. It would be like having a course on screwdrivers or a course on wrenches, but not understanding why you have a course you're learning about screwdrivers and wrenches. I think this is really quite a fundamental principle that should be applied in education. And I think sometimes we do teach classes that children do not find useful, and where the answer to the why is actually not going to be a very good answer. Most people, I think, do not find advanced mathematics useful and are unlikely to find it useful in their life. Or the elements that they do find useful could be taught very quickly as general principles. I also think that critical thinking is something that should be taught to children at a relatively young age, as effectively like a mental firewall, to really think about when somebody tells you something, is it cogent, is it true, or what is the probability that it is true? And so that you can be taught to reject things that are untrue or more likely to be untrue, and favor things that are more likely to be true. Critical thinking, I think, is very helpful for people to learn.
So is it 12 years of schooling you are with, or without 12 years?
12 years is a long time, I suppose. But I mean, humans just do take a long time to mature. So there's emotional maturity, physical maturity, and mental maturity that is happening simultaneously with the education. I mean, I suppose it could be done in 10 years. Perhaps it does not need 12. But then is someone mature at age 16? They're more likely to be mature at age 18. So I guess 12 years is probably not bad. We probably don't need an additional 4 or 5 or 6 years in college or university. That seems probably excessive. I think we would probably shave a few years off and be fine.
Right. Okay. Kids will love it, by the way.
Yeah.
But social media. But we spend so many hours on social media. I mean, the average sometime in certain country, 3-4 hours on social media. And sometimes when we go to our kids, we see them spending also long hours. Part of it's knowledge. Do you have any rule for your kids? I mean, how much they can spend on social media?
I've generally not tried to restrict social media for my kids, although that might have been a mistake. Depending on which kid it is, they've really been programmed by Reddit and YouTube, I'd say, more than anything else, Reddit and YouTube. I think probably I would limit social media a bit more than I have in the past. And just, let's take note of what they're watching, because I think, at this point, they're being programmed by some social media algorithm, which you may or may not agree with. So I think probably one needs to supervise children's use of social media, and be wary of them getting programmed by some algorithm written in the Silicon Valley, which may or may not be what you want.
Elon, you've been working very hard. I mean, since 6 years ago we met, you look much younger, by the way, than 6 years ago.
Thanks. You look great too.
But I know that you've been working for almost 20 hours a day. You sleep in the sofa in the office, maybe Twitter office, Tesla office. You told me once I was with you at Tesla's office. How do you balance your life?
Yeah.
I mean, with this stress, with so many different, you're in so many different company parallel. How do you balance it?
Well, I should point out that a 20-hour workday is relatively unusual and rather painful. But but I do sleep 6 hours a night. So, and if I sleep less than 6 hours a night, I find that I might be awake longer, but I get less done. So, but I do work a ridiculous amount, I think, relative to most people, in that it's pretty much 7 days a week, and mostly from when I wake up to when I go to sleep. I'm not suggesting this is good for everyone, and I think, frankly, I would like to work a bit less than that. So, I think, if I look at, say, Tesla went through some very difficult times where it was on the ragged edge of survival, and really, if I didn't give it everything I got, I think the company could have easily gone bankrupt. It was really on the verge of bankruptcy for quite a while. I don't mean to suggest complacency at this point, but it does require much less work to operate Tesla now versus, say, in the 2017 to 2019 timeframe. And it's not at mortal risk of survival. It's achieved economies of scale that make it, not on the ragged edge of survival. And then SpaceX also has a strong team and is able to make a lot of progress, even if I spend less time there. It does help if I spend time there, but it keeps making progress even if I don't. Twitter is still somewhat of a startup in reverse, and so there's a lot of work required here to get Twitter to a sort of a stable position, and like I said, to really build the engine of engineering, of software engineering at Twitter, and have it, really have, like I said, a great product roadmap, and the people in place to implement that product roadmap. And so it is not my intention to work like crazy. I mean, I think I could be comfortable with a mere 80-hour work week would be fine.
All right.
And that is what I would aspire to.
Thank you. We are running out of time. I have one last question I have to ask you.
Sure.
3 UFO been shot, one over Alaska, Lake Huron, and Canada. Alien, no alien?
I don't think it's aliens, no.
Okay.
I mean, I do find the whole question of aliens a very interesting one. What is typically called the Fermi paradox, which is that if the universe is really as old as science seems to think it is, and where are the aliens? Have we really been around for 13.8 billion years? If so, shouldn't there be aliens all over the place? The crazy thing is, I've seen no evidence of alien technology or any alien life whatsoever, and I think I'd know. SpaceX, we do a lot. I mean, I think I know. I don't think anyone knows more about space, than me, or at least the space technology. But I think it's actually a troubling thing if there are no aliens as well, which is that what that actually could mean then is that sort of civilization and consciousness is like a tiny candle in a vast darkness, and a very vulnerable tiny candle that could easily get blown out. And I think we should therefore take great care with what may very well be this tiny candle in a vast darkness, and make sure that it does not go out, and that we extend the light of consciousness beyond Earth, and do everything we can to ensure that the light of consciousness does not go out.
Elon, we run out of time. Thank you very much, and hopefully to see you next year with us here in the Emirates with your family.
Sounds good. And thanks so much. Thanks again for having me.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll see you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Our next session is titled Agility and Resilience, Addressing the Global Development Crisis with His Excellency David Malpass, President of the World Bank Group.
Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me to participate in the 10th anniversary edition of the World Government Summit. We are meeting in 2023 with the world in turmoil. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has caused significant disruptions. Developing countries are facing an economic crisis, heavy debt burdens, high inflation, and climate change. Underinvestment is blocking future growth. Access to electricity, fertilizer, food, and capital has been slashed. These problems compound the already devastating reversals in poverty, health, and education. In short, there is a crisis facing development. Here in MENA, the region is facing unprecedented droughts, water scarcity, desertification, coastal erosion, and air pollution. This crisis requires a new way of thinking, innovative solutions, and the right institutions to implement them. The theme of this summit, Shaping Future Governments, is therefore especially timely. Current and future governments need to balance complex goals. For example, on energy, on the one hand, they need to provide reliable and affordable electricity to their people. On the other hand, they need to find the low-carbon growth paths and provide a just transition for society to fewer greenhouse gas emissions. Another example is on agriculture. Countries are looking for ways to ensure food security and protect the poor in today's high-price environment. At the same time, untargeted and inefficient subsidies are straining tight budgets, distorting global markets, and destroying the private sector. This is an intricate balancing act, and in turbulent waters, governments need to act with impact through these complexities and create conditions for sustainable and inclusive growth. In the current context, there are no easy solutions for growth. The world is confronted with difficult macroeconomic conditions, slower growth in advanced economies in China, high inflation, currency depreciations, high fiscal deficits and debt. It will take hard work to reignite growth and productivity. Let me offer a few thoughts on what this will entail. First, and as preconditions to growth, governments should implement sound macroeconomic policies, including monetary, exchange rate, fiscal, and trade policies. Stable currencies can facilitate private capital flows, foreign direct investment, and trade. Countries should promote trade facilitation and avoid protectionist measures, such as the latest wave of export bans on food and fertilizers, and the local content requirements that will impede trade. Such market barriers hit poor consumers in low-income food importing countries the hardest. Second, countries should encourage more investment to create jobs, increase output, and boost production, allowing growth in consumption. This requires improving the business enabling environment and strengthening the rule of law. Restrictions on foreign direct investment and corruption are key factors limiting the quantity and quality of cross-border investment. Reducing business startup costs and strengthening property rights can also help enable business growth. An important part of the effort to build efficient markets, particularly for the MENA region, is transforming state-owned enterprises into well-governed, market-oriented, and financially sound enterprises. And third, countries need to work toward better debt transparency and sustainability. This is especially relevant for the rising share of poor countries that are at high risk of debt distress. This month, Kristalina Georgieva and I will be co-chairing a roundtable to push for faster progress in creditor committees, fair burden sharing among creditors, and debt restructurings that reduce debt burdens to sustainable levels that attract new investment. Fourth, governments need to integrate climate and development in ways that increase energy access and speed up the transition to lower carbon energy. This needs to be complemented by increased investment in climate adaptation investments in infrastructure to enhance energy resilience and efficiency in transport, water, and housing. These can foster longer-term growth. Weather-resilient seeds, better storage capacity, and investments to improve agriculture productivity are also important for growth and resilience. And finally, the future path also requires technological leaps to propel greener growth and full utilization of the economic opportunities from digital technologies. For this to be successful, we need trusted, quality, and inclusive public infrastructure, accessible and affordable internet, and the development of digital skills. The World Bank Group is engaged across all these areas, and I look forward to continuing our cooperation with all of you. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive, insightful, and practical discussion during the summit. Thank you all very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled Beyond 2023, A Global Outlook with Ian Bremmer, President and Founder of Eurasia Group.
Good day to all of you. I'm delighted to be here. We want to talk about the geopolitical environment and where we're heading. And that's, these days, not such a fun conversation. I'm going to do my best to make it reasonably upbeat. I want to start with the idea that being in what I call a geopolitical recession, a down cycle, not forever, comes when you have misalignment between the balance of power in the world and the institutions, the architecture, the values and priorities that have controlled it. There are three ways right now that we see that misalignment playing out, and all of them are challenging globalization. They're all creating some of the crises that we see in our headlines around the world and in this region today. The first is that the Russians are in serious structural decline, and they have not been integrated by the West into their markets, into their politics, and they're angry about it. Number two, China's rise has been extraordinary, and surprisingly to the United States, they have not become Americans. They've become wealthy and powerful, but they are still Chinese. And number three, there are a lot of people that have been left behind in middle classes. In middle classes in the advanced industrial economies because of global trade flows, and increasingly in middle classes in the developing world because of technology transfers, because of the pandemic, and because of the Russian war. And all of that creates a lot of anger for people saying, we don't like the way this old global order is functioning. Three big geopolitical challenges, all misaligned with our institutions and our architecture, and all creating crises. Now, the good news, I promise you good news, right to start, is that those crises create the seeds of a new order. They lead to the reform and strengthening of institutions that were eroding, or if they are inadequate, they lead to the creation of new institutions. But to get from here to there is messy, it's uncomfortable, and it can have a lot of conflict. Let me talk about all three of these challenges as we see them playing out geopolitically beyond 2023. The three fundamental geopolitical challenges to globalization. All of them have created structural changes that are permanent, but all of them are also more contained than you would think from the media and from the headlines. Number one, the Russian war. And of course, what we see playing out in Russia right now is a decoupling, the first ever, of a G20 economy, about 2% of global GDP, from the West, from the United States, from Europe, from Japan, South Korea, from all the advanced industrial democracies. That's permanent. It won't change. I don't know what's going to happen in Ukraine. I recognize that the Ukrainians can lose this war. Lord knows President Zelensky knows he can lose. That's why 5 hours after he gets the tanks, he says, "Where are the F-16s?" Because he sees that time is not on his side and that there is an existential threat to his country if he doesn't continue to get strong support. But Russia cannot win. They might be able to hold territory in Ukraine, but they cannot win on the global stage because NATO will expand. Thousands of troops will be forward deployed. Expenditure on defense for the U.S., for the Europeans, for Japan will be massively greater than it was before. Gas pipelines are not going to be reopened or rebuilt going from Europe to Russia. The assets that have been frozen by the Europeans, by the Japanese, are not going to be unfrozen. And so as a consequence, we have a very deep challenge where the Russians have been made into the most powerful rogue state that we've ever experienced. And the potential for asymmetrical conflict, especially facing NATO, is very high accordingly. Now, I said all three of these would be contained. The containment is that we're talking about the West. We're not talking about the rest of the world. Here, both in the Emirates and in the Middle East, there is not an effort to decouple the Russians. There's just as much coordination on OPEC Plus as there was before. In China, just as much business with the Russians. In India, a lot more business with the Russians than there was before. Indeed, what we're seeing is a level of anger coming from the developing world. They see $100 billion being spent on the Ukrainians, which even in Dubai feels like real money. And at the same time, they look at the $100 billion that was promised by the wealthy countries to the poorest in the world to respond to climate change, still hasn't been made. They see white Europeans getting $100 billion, but what about the Palestinians? What about Ethiopia? What about Sudan? What about Yemen? What about any of these countries? And the answer is not so interesting. And as a consequence, you see an enormous gap between what the United States and allies are doing and what everyone else is doing. That was number one. Number two, the United States and China. There is a true structural change away from globalization. We see it in any technology that is considered to be critical to national security of either country. They used to integrate, they're now separating them. We see it with Huawei and 5G. We see it with semiconductors at a high level. We see it with quantum computing, with generative AI and others. The U.S. will enforce export controls, and core American allies, we've already seen South Korea, Japan, the Netherlands will get on board. The Chinese last week reacted with their own export controls. They said for critical minerals processing, where the Chinese have the lead, or looking at solar cell production, where the Chinese are dominant globally, and some aspects of biotech, they are decoupling. They are putting in export controls. They want to take that lead. That's pretty serious, since we're talking about the two largest economies in the world that are probably going to change places by 2030. But there's also a constraint, which is that we're not talking about ending interdependence between these two countries. Not at all. Just last week, we saw that the United States and China have record levels of trade between each other. I mean, that's not a Cold War. That's a floor on the U.S.-China relationship. We see that other countries around the world want to be more aligned with the Americans on security, and they want to do more business with the Chinese economically at the same time. And I'm not just talking about the Europeans, I'm even talking about the Japanese and the South Koreans, who are right there in front of China militarily. Those leaders will tell you that. And even the United States, I just heard the minister ask Elon Musk, was it aliens? I can tell you that as for the balloon, the United States knew about that balloon for a couple days before it was public. And Tony Blinken, the Secretary of State, was still being sent to Beijing, was still going to meet with Xi Jinping. And you know what that means? That means the chances that the Americans were going to shoot down that balloon were zero. None. It would not happen until it became public, and then the politics got in the way, and then they had to cancel the trip, and then they had to shoot down the balloon and anything else they find above American skies, right? But this should give you a level of comfort that the intention was not to blow up the relationship. It was just that Pelosi trip, the speaker, former speaker to Taiwan, Biden didn't want it to happen, was pressuring it, became public, then they had to go. But what we're seeing, I'm going to Munich right after this event, as are several of the people that have been speaking here, and I fully expect that the Secretary of State is going to meet with State Councilor Wang Yi on the sidelines. Why? They want to maintain that relationship. So the level of decoupling between the United States and China is overstated. The end of globalization is overstated. We should not panic on the basis of the confrontation, which is true, which is real, which is sharp competition, but it is not the end of the interdependence. Okay, number three, and that's all of this nationalism, all the protectionism we see around the world. My country's been doing it. Donald Trump said, America first. Now, that is not meant to appeal to people outside the U.S. And Biden said a U.S. foreign policy for the American middle class, also not meant to appeal to people outside the U.S. And that's not just the Americans. We see the Europeans with their subsidies, with their focus on local labor. We see the developing world doing the same thing. Industrial policy. We had OPEC in this region, we still do. Now we see an OPEC being developed for lithium as we transition to post-carbon. Of course we do. But these are incremental steps. These are steps that will put sand in the gears of global growth. They will make it harder to have supply chains that are just in time, but they are absolutely not governments, either the Americans, the Europeans, or the developing world, saying we want to end our global trade patterns. We want to bring everything in-house. They are small and incremental changes. So those are the three big things that I see happening geopolitically that are going to affect the global order for the next 10 years. None of them should be welcomed by people that are market participants. They are all challenges. We shouldn't like them. They're politics that are interfering with all of us doing business. But none of them are the end of globalization. It's globalization adrift, it's globalization constrained, but it's also globalization continuing. And I think that's really critical. A few takeaways from that: the EU will be politically stronger in a more challenging environment, economically and from a security perspective. You will see the EU with stronger energy policy, fiscal policy, health policy, defense policy, and tech policy than at any point since the EU was created. Because of these crises, because of the geopolitical concerns, because of the pandemic, heck, because of Brexit. We see NATO stronger too. But that's not so different from the GCC becoming stronger and more aligned as we realize that the United States is playing less of a role as global policeman right here, is less interested in maintaining the same consistent and strong relationship that the U.S. had had for decades. That's not a shock to anybody in this room. The one big challenge in that environment will be a bigger gap between West and South. We'll see that in response to the pandemic. We see it in response to climate change, and we're seeing it in response to creeping protectionism. I think that's structural. It's not clear how China plays in that environment, in part because the biggest uncertainty in terms of country trajectory for the next 10 years is, will China be successful as they have been? Their headwinds are growing. No one has accomplished on the global stage what China has for the last 50 years. But you probably know that China's demographics are the worst going forward of any country in peacetime, any major economy. Their total population peaked last year. Working age population peaked 6 years ago. Unsustainable corporate debt that is non-performing, challenges with productivity, and increasingly a Chinese leader that has consolidated control and gets less information from people around him with differing opinions. That is how we shifted from zero COVID to everyone gets COVID, which we welcome because it means that China's growing again this year, but which we don't welcome because the implementation of the policy was much less thought through than what we are used to dealing with from China over the past couple of decades. That is the big uncertainty. Less about their alignment, more about their ability to perform and execute. That's a big open question. Now, I want to take a shift before we close. I've got a little less than 10 minutes. I've been talking about the geopolitical order traditionally. I've talked about states and how they do and they don't align. I haven't spoken about technology. And since we just started today with the most important transformational technologist on the global stage, I should probably address the implications of technology for our future geopolitical order. And there are a couple of things I want to mention here. The first is that when I started as a political scientist, the role of technology was all about the communication revolution. It was empowering individuals with information. On balance, that was strengthening open societies, and it undermined closed societies. Open societies that are democracies, like the United States and Japan. Open societies that are not democracies, like Singapore and the Emirates. It undermined closed societies, like Russia, like China, heck, like Egypt. And we saw, whether it was the Colored Revolution or whether it was the Arab Spring, that there was significant challenge as a consequence of the ability of individuals through their smartphones, through their computers, to have access to information that the government wasn't comfortable with. That's changed. And in the course of just a couple of decades, we are now talking not about the communication revolution, but the surveillance revolution, the data revolution, top down, We're talking about social media and algorithms that we're not comfortable with our kids being on. We shouldn't be comfortable with how much time we're on it. What we have seen over the course of just 30 years is the United States, my country, has gone from being the principal exporter of democracy, sometimes with hypocrisy, sometimes unsuccessfully, but still that's how the wall came down. Today, the United States has become the principal exporter of tools that destroy democracy. Not intentionally. It just happens to be an indirect implication of the business models that drive these sovereign technological platforms that we're all on. And by the way, we're not talking about the US government, we're talking about technology companies. So here I am giving you a talk about geopolitics, and yet when we move to technology, we talk less about governments and we talk more about companies. That's an extraordinary transformation that none of us are really prepared for. So we just had Elon on stage. I have to tell you, I think there's a good chance that if it isn't for Elon Musk, and if it isn't for Satya Nadella, there's a good chance that Volodymyr Zelensky is not in power today. I think that they did more at the beginning to ensure he stayed in power and that the Russians were prevented from taking over his country than anybody else, than any other country. I'm talking about the protection of Ukraine in terms of their cloud and from cyber attacks from Russia. And I'm also talking about the ability of the Ukrainians to engage in conversations with their military leadership and fight, despite the efforts of one of the largest militaries in the world to shut them down. I think that's extraordinary. But I also understand that the decision of whether or not to make that intervention was made by two people, two individuals who could have made a different decision and who probably would make different decisions if we were talking about different countries. Maybe if we were talking about Taiwan, anywhere around the world. I think the fact that we are now living in a world that is increasingly not unipolar, like the old security order, not multipolar, like the emerging economic order, but technopolar. A world where in the virtual space, in the digital world, power and control is in the sovereign hands of individuals largely in the private sector. And they have not yet decided what kind of a geopolitical model they want in the world. Do they want to be aligned with governments? And if so, which ones? Will we live in a world of national champions? Will we live in a world where tech companies will be the 21st century equivalent of Lockheed Martin and Northrop Grumman? Or will we live in a world where technology companies are just like every other company historically in the private sector, separate from governments, lobbying for better regulations for themselves, wanting to pay less tax, but not really wanting to play a political role at all? And so the government is dominant in the physical space, and the technology companies are dominant in the digital space, and we have to navigate that. Or are we in an environment where the virtual world becomes dominant, where the digital order becomes how we interact for our security, for our economy, and for our country's governance? When we were kids, to the extent that we grew up the way we did, it was either because of our family or our genetics, nature or nurture, our community or our parents. Everything screwed up about me, you can pretty much find in one of those two places. But today, increasingly, we are talking about nature, nurture, and algorithm. And young people today, I would argue, are at least as influenced by algorithm in what they believe, what they think is true, who they connect with, what they buy, what they prefer politically, and the future of their security. Their personal security, their company's security, and their country's, their nation's security. That is an extraordinary shift. And all of that will be made exponentially more important by artificial intelligence. I'm a huge advocate for AI. I really believe in what it will do for our planet. For decades, we've been talking about access to information and ending the digital divide so that everyone on the planet could learn things. Today, everyone online will have access to operational intelligence. And the productivity gains that we will see as a consequence of that, I think, are unheralded in anything the world had experienced through the age of globalization. This will be a new age of AI beyond globalization. But there is a dangerous downside. And that is, as the digital divide ends, there are many things that most of us will know that are just not so. And the danger of having operational intelligence and not knowing what is true, or believing certain things that are fundamentally false about your leaders, your institutions, your governance, and the planet, is also a set of tools that are incredibly dangerous in the wrong hands. And so far, our governments have very little capability or willingness to regulate them. In other words, this conversation we're having this morning is absolutely critical for the future of our geopolitical order. Thank you so much for inviting me, and I wish you a great summit.
الحضور الكريم، نستمع الآن لكلمة سعادة داود الهاجري، المدير العام لبلدية دبي، بعنوان مدن المستقبل، مدن بلا حدود.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled Future Cities, A City Without Borders, with His Excellency Dawood Al-Hajri, Director General of Dubai Municipality. Please note that this session will be in Arabic. Kindly use your headsets for instant interpretation.
أصحاب السمو، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. سباق المدن لا ينتهي. نعيش حياة متسارعة لا تتوقف، في مدن لا تنام، تتسارع فيها خطواتنا نحو المستقبل. مدن بات فيها التغيير هو الشيء الثابت. تغييرات اقتصادية، سياسية، بيئية يشهدها العالم يوميا. في ظل هذا التسارع دعونا نتأمل ونرجع إلى الماضي، نرجع إلى تفاعل السكان مع المدن. كانت متطلباتهم بسيطة: غذاء، فرص عمل، طرق معبدة. زادت احتياجات السكان وتطورت المدن لتواكبها. في الحقيقة لم تعد احتياجات، بل أصبحت توقعات وطموحات، فطموح الإنسان بلا حدود. هذا يدفعنا كحكومات إلى التفكير في مدى موائمة المدن لهذه التطلعات. كيف لنا أن نواكب هذه التغيرات المتسارعة؟ نحن بحاجة إلى مدن تستوعب هذا التسارع وتتكيف مع كل الاحتمالات والخيارات، مدن مليئة بفرص عمل، فرص تنموية. نحن بحاجة إلى مدن بلا حدود. قالها سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم، نائب رئيس الدولة، رئيس مجلس الوزراء، حاكم دبي حفظه الله ورعاه: القائد الإيجابي هو الذي يستطيع أن يغمض عينيه ويتخيل المستقبل ويرى الإنجاز الذي يريد تحقيقه. أدعوكم اليوم للمشاركة في رحلة نتخيل فيها مدن الجيل القادم، رحلة نبحث فيها عن طرق نسلكها كحكومات لبناء تلك المدن. المستقبل أقرب مما نتصور، فدلائله حاضرة بقوة في حياتنا اليومية. هناك توجهات كبرى ستشكل مستقبل المدن في السنوات القادمة. لنستعرض أبرز 5 توجهات كبرى متوقعة أن تساهم في تشكيل مدن المستقبل. نبدأها بالتسارع التكنولوجي. مع مطلع هذا العام أصبح ثلثي سكان العالم من مستخدمي الإنترنت. الذكاء الاصطناعي، إنترنت الأشياء، التوأم الرقمي، عالم الميتافيرس، والآن الشات جي بي تي هي دلائل على أن المستقبل مبني على التكنولوجيا، والأرقام تثبت ذلك. كيف لنا أن نوظف هذه التقنيات في تحقيق سعادة ورفاهية الإنسان؟ أما التوجه الثاني والذي يعتبر أولوية للحكومات فهو مستقبل الأمن الغذائي. يعاني ما يقارب من 800 مليون شخص من الجوع يومياً. تطورت تقنيات عديدة في علوم الغذاء مثل زراعة الطحالب والخلايا الحيوانية لإنتاج البروتين، كما أن تجربة دبي نحو تطوير الزراعة العمودية والزراعة المائية قد يكون أحد الخطوات نحو مستقبل آمن للغذاء. هل يمكن لهذه التقنيات أن تقضي على الجوع؟ التوجه الثالث فهو صناعة التشييد. نشهد نمو وتطور في قطاع التشييد. تنمية هذا القطاع مستقبلاً ستكون مبنية على تقليل الانبعاثات الكربونية وزيادة كفاءة الطاقة. سيكون على الحكومات والقطاع الخاص التكيف مع هذه التوجهات. التوجه الرابع الذي قد يلعب دورا مهما في تشكيل مدن المستقبل فهو إنتاج الطاقة. الطلب على الطاقة في تزايد، ومع الاهتمام بالتغير المناخي وتأثيره العالمي فمن المؤكد أن تكون هناك مطالب حقيقية للتحول إلى بدائل أكثر استدامة. يكتسب هذا الجانب أهمية خاصة في دولة الإمارات، فمع إعلان سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس الدولة حفظه الله ورعاه عام 2023 عام الاستدامة واستضافة الإمارات لكوب 28، فإن لقطاع الطاقة جانب كبير من مبادرات ومشاريع الحكومة. التوجه الخامس هو استعادة النظم البيئية. يقول العلماء أن استعادة النظم البيئية يمكن أن تحد من حالات الانقراض وتمنع خسائر مالية ضخمة في الدخل العالمي. إذن ستحتاج استعادة النظم البيئية جهود مشتركة ما بين الحكومات. ولأن دبي آمنت بالمستقبل أصبحت مدينة تشبه فكر قادتها. كان من القلائل الذين يستشرفون مستقبل التجارة. أصر على توسيع الخور وبناء الموانئ وإنشاء المناطق الحرة وتشجيع القطاع الخاص. كان يرى أن قدر دبي أن تصبح حاضنة الحضارات والقلب الكبير الذي يتسع للجميع، صاحب الرؤية الثاقبة والفكر الاستشرافي الذي آمن بمستقبل دبي، الشيخ راشد بن سعيد آل مكتوم طيب الله ثراه. واستمرت دبي بهذه الرؤية بقيادة استثنائية لسيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم حفظه الله ورعاه، الذي انطلق بدبي نحو الريادة بفكره وإيمانه أن الحكومات قادرة على تصميم المستقبل وتجاوز التوقعات وبناء مدن محورها الإنسان وسعادته، مما جعل المستقبل واقعا نعيش فيه دبي. بلدية دبي منذ تأسيسها عام 1954 ساهمت في صياغة قصة هذا النجاح، حيث أن 60% من خدمات المدينة موجودة في بلدية دبي من خلال 14 مهمة رئيسية، وتمثل العصب الاجتماعي والعقاري والخدمي لدبي. ولأننا جزء مهم من دبي الطموحة، نتابع التوجهات العالمية في مجال العمل البلدي ونرسم سيناريوهات نطبقها عن طريق مشاريع تحولية لتوفير أفضل جودة حياة في العالم. وبتوجيهات سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم حفظه الله ورعاه، رسمت دبي خريطة مستقبلية متكاملة للتنمية العمرانية المستدامة عبر خطة دبي 2040، فهي نهج حكومي متكامل نحو مدينة المستقبل. وتماشيا مع هذه الأهداف وتحقيقا لرؤية مشروع دبي الخضراء وبهدف زيادة مساحات التخضير ورفع نصيب الفرد منها، أنجزنا زراعة 500,000 شجرة خلال السنوات الثلاثة الأخيرة، حتى وصلنا إلى معدل زراعة 500 شجرة يوميا في 2022. نحن مستمرون في بذل المزيد من الجهود، فالهدف هو سعادة الإنسان وتوفير بيئة جميلة له. البناء جزء مهم من تشكيل المدن، ولتطوير هذا القطاع قامت بلدية دبي بطباعة أكبر مبنى في العالم بتقنية ثلاثية الأبعاد باستخدام خلطات خرسانية من مواد محلية، والتي ستساهم في رفع كفاءة عمليات البناء وتخفيض التكلفة في المستقبل. نهدف أن تصبح دبي مركزا عالميا لشركات تقنية الطباعة ثلاثية الأبعاد. وعلى صعيد آخر، ولتطوير منظومة متكاملة لإدارة النفايات، فإنه سيتم قريبا تشغيل المرحلة الأولى من مشروع مركز دبي لمعالجة النفايات، والذي يعد من أبرز مشاريع الشراكة مع القطاع الخاص في منطقتنا، المركز الأضخم عالميا من حيث الطاقة الاستيعابية والكفاءة، بقدرة معالجة تصل إلى 1.9 مليون طن من النفايات سنويا، وإنتاج طاقة متجددة تلبي احتياجات أكثر من 135 ألف وحدة سكنية. كما أن جودة الحياة لا تقتصر على البناء فوق الأرض، فالاستثمار في البنى التحتية يرتبط بجودة الحياة في المدن. انتهت بلدية دبي من تنفيذ أكبر وأطول نفق مستدام لتصريف مياه الأمطار والمياه السطحية. مشروع النفق العميق يوائم توجهات دبي لاستشراف المستقبل في التوسع العمراني والتغير المناخي. النفق العميق مشروع دبي ل100 عام قادمة. وانطلقنا إلى الفضاء، حيث أن الاستثمار في البيئة هو الاستثمار في مستقبل المدن. أطلقت دبي أول قمر صناعي بيئي لدراسة التحديات المرتبطة بجودة الهواء والتغير المناخي. يعد هذا المشروع أحد الخطوات الاستباقية التي تأخذها إمارة دبي لتحقيق جودة الهواء واستدامة الموارد الطبيعية. من يملك البيانات يملك العالم، كما قالها سمو الشيخ حمدان بن محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم ولي عهد دبي رئيس المجلس التنفيذي. ومن هذا المنطلق نسعى في بلدية دبي لجعل دبي المدينة الأذكى في العالم عن طريق توظيف الذكاء الاصطناعي والبيانات الضخمة وإنترنت الأشياء في إدارة المدينة. عملنا على مشروع جيو دبي، حيث طورنا نسخة رقمية ثلاثية الأبعاد طبق الأصل عن دبي. وكما هو التخطيط على الأرض، فإن أنظارنا أيضا تتجه للأفق من خلال مشروع آفاق دبي، حيث نرسم خرائط للمسارات الجوية بحيث تكون حركة الطائرات بدون طيار أكثر فاعلية. بلدية دبي مستمرة في المساهمة في صياغة قصة نجاح دبي، وهذا ما سنستمر عليه للوصول إلى الريادة في العمل البلدي. لعلكم تتساءلون الآن: ما هي المدينة بلا حدود؟ هي دبي. دبي أثبتت للعالم أنها مدينة بلا حدود، فلا حدود لطموح قادتنا، لأنها آمنت بالمستقبل واستشرفت وتحركت على أساسه، لأنها تفوق توقعات سكانها وتدفعهم لتحقيق أحلامهم الكبيرة. دبي بلا حدود، لأنها أزالت الحدود في طموحاتها وألهمت العالم.
الحياة كانت صعبة وكانت متواضعة، الماء شحيح.
وبإنشاء البلدية لنقل دبي إلى أبعد درجات التقدم.
بدأت البلدية عبارة عن غرفة كان فيها 3 موظفين.
ووصلت جلالة الملكة إليزابيث
البلدية عملت توأمة مع المدن الكبرى، وذلك لتبادل الخبرات.
مدينة تلائم القرن القادم.
شكرا.
Our next session is titled, Creating an Unstoppable Mindset, How Can You Impact the World? With Tom Bilyeu, co-founder of Impact Theory.
Hello. All right, I am here to dispel a myth about success. I was somebody that nobody expected to be successful, but the punchline of my life ends up being that I end up building 3 very successful companies and $1 billion company. And the reason that I was able to do that is not because I am gifted or that I have natural born talent. It's something else entirely, which is exactly what they want me to talk about today, which is this idea of building an unstoppable mindset. There's really 3 parts to it, and if you get the 3 parts and you run that system well, you really can accomplish just about anything that you want. And I know that everybody's gathered here today because you guys believe that you can have impact on the world. But the reality is, and I think that we all know this, the reality is that most people are not going to do anything with their lives. Failure is the most obvious outcome to everybody's life. So the question becomes, why do some people succeed and other people fail? I think it's a process, and I think it's a process that can be taught. And so I'm going to walk you through exactly what I did to transform my life. And I literally took myself from scrounging in my couch cushions to find enough change to put gas in my car so that I could go to a job interview, to building and selling a $1 billion company. And we took it from not existing to being valued at $1 billion in just 5 years. And so the question is, what is that process, and is it repeatable? And the answer to me is yes. So the first part, if you really want to do something extraordinary with your life, you have to recognize that you are having a biological experience. For better or worse, even as divine creatures, we are grounded to earth in this experience in a body. And that body works in a certain way. The mind works in a certain way. And when you think about building an unstoppable mindset, it starts with getting control of your biology. It starts with getting control of your mind. It starts with understanding that you have to get control of your emotions. For most people, the reason that they're going to fail is that success is a game of attrition, meaning that the difficulty of doing something grand, it's so extreme that it ends up breaking most people. Most people can't deal with the emotional difficulties of sticking with something long enough to get good. And so they get lost in feeling badly about themselves. And that was where I started. So when I was a kid, my mom, and I don't know if it's the same in the Middle East, but back in America, let me tell you, my mom all but kicked me out of the house. When I was about 17 years old, I panicked. I didn't want to go to college. I was afraid of what that was going to be like. And I got in this big argument with my mom. She tells me I have to go. She's kicking me out. I can't stay. And then she has spent every day since then trying to get me back into the house. And so one day I asked her, Mom, what is with you? You were the one that kicked me out. If it wasn't for you, I never would have left. I would have just stayed. I could have been your little stunted growth child forever. So why kick me out if you wanted to bring me back? And my mom's answer, bless her, oh, I just assumed you were going to fail and that you would come back. And I was like, whoa. So my own mother, when I left for college, thought I was going to fail. I asked my best friend, what did you think of me at the time? And he said, oh yeah, I just assumed you were going to marshmallow your way through life. That was his quote. That I was always going to take the easy path, that because I was so profoundly lazy, which I was, that I wasn't going to get anywhere. And then the man who is now my father-in-law, when I went to ask for his blessing to marry his daughter, he said, no. And he told me he didn't want me to marry his daughter. I had to respect the honesty. I was kind of impressed. But at the same time, what I realized was these 3 people knew me the best. The 3 people that knew me the best were the 3 people most convinced I was going to fail. And the reality is that they were right. At that moment, I did not have control of my emotions. I did not have control of my biology. I did not know how to take a dream and turn it into an executable plan. And this is where everybody fails. Everybody fails because it's easy to have a big idea. Everybody fails because it's easy to dream, but it is extraordinarily difficult to execute, and to execute well over time. So what I had to learn was that there were competing goals in my mind. Goal number one, I wanted to achieve something extraordinary. Goal number two, I wanted to feel good about myself. And this is where everybody trips up, because people do not understand that you are living right now inside of a frame of reference. Your frame of reference, if you've grown up here in Dubai, in the UAE, if you've grown up here, you have a very different frame of reference than I had growing up in a small town in Tacoma, Washington, in America. And that frame of reference is so pervasive, it colors everything about your life. But most people think, because your frame of reference is built on your values, your belief system, your routines, and your rules. And in that belief system is what you think you're capable of and what you believe is true about how the world works and whether you can achieve the things that you want to achieve. And in that, people don't understand that they've been making decisions about what to believe. They don't understand that they've been making decisions about what to value. And that if you want to get a different outcome out of your life, all you have to do is start changing those dials. What you believe about yourself, about the world around you. Albert Einstein said, the most important decision any person will ever make, the most important decision they will ever make, is whether they live in a friendly or a hostile universe. Now, the important part of that quote is that he said it's a decision. You get to decide. Is everything a miracle or is nothing a miracle? Is anything possible, or are you so limited by who you are, how you were born, what you're capable of as a kid, that you're just on the path of fate and that there's nothing you can do to intervene? Now, what my life has shown is that you can become whatever you want, but you're going to pay an extraordinary price. To achieve something difficult, you must become someone capable of that difficult thing. What I say in the U.S. all the time is, if you want to win a championship, you have to become capable of a championship performance. You have to get that good. You have to push yourself to become capable of what other people can't do. And let me tell you right now, if you want to do something extraordinary with your life, you must get better than most people. You have to become capable of what other people are not able to do. And the first part, like I said, is getting control of that biology. If you want to do that, it's about changing what you build your self-esteem around. So I had those two competing goals. Goal number one, I want to do something extraordinary. Goal number two, I want to feel good about myself. The problem was feeling good about myself kept making me want to be around people that were dumber than me, so it made me feel smart. But if you surround yourself with dumb people, you're not going to get anywhere. So you have to be able to have the courage to believe that you can get that good, that you can get smarter, that you can grow and develop. So I had to learn to build my self-esteem around not being smart, not being right, not being better, faster, stronger. I had to learn to build my self-esteem around being the learner, identifying the right answer. And that brings us to the second thing. Humans are the ultimate adaptation machine. Every species has to choose a path. Do we have everything hardwired? Like a horse. 20 minutes after a horse is born, it can do all the things that a horse is ever going to do. 20 minutes after a baby is born, it can't hold up its own head. It's a radically different choice from a species perspective. There's a great quote that says, "It is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but rather the most adaptive to change." The world is changing rapidly. You guys are going to hear from Ray Dalio in a little while, and he's going to talk about how the world order is changing, how things are moving faster than ever. It's an extraordinary time to be in this country. But as things change, you have to be able to change with them. As your goals change, you have to be able to change with them. You have to develop a skill set that is going to match your ambition. Let me say that again. If you want to do something extraordinary in your life, you must develop a skill set that matches your ambition. If you want to win a championship, you must become capable of a championship performance. So the question is, how do you leverage adaptation? If we understand that the reason that humans have become the most dominant apex predator the world has ever seen wasn't by running faster or being stronger, it was by having a giant brain with a ton of folds in it. That was our secret sauce. That's what we did, is we have the ability to learn from each other. We have the ability to let culture stack. What I mean by that is, we don't have to reinvent everything every generation. Your parents teach you what they learned, which they got from their parents, which they got from their parents, which they got from their parents. And so we're all able to stand on these shoulders of giants and do something unlike any other animal in the animal kingdom. We are able to do something truly extraordinary, but you have to make that choice to believe that it's possible. All of my success can be summed up in what I call the only belief that matters. The only belief that matters is that if I put time and energy into getting better at something, I will actually get better. Let that sink in. That is the truth of the human condition. If you put time and energy into getting better, you really will get better. And so if you put enough time and energy in a disciplined fashion into becoming great at something, you will actually become great. You can actually go do something, but you can't blame somebody else. You can't put it outside of yourself. You have to take that responsibility that you've been given. And the responsibility is potential. We're all born with potential, but virtually nobody does anything with that potential. The question you are going to be asked, that you are going to answer with your life, is what will you do with your potential? And that's the question before all of us right now. What are we going to do with our potential? Potential. You don't have to be born with something special. Humans are the ultimate adaptation machine. The average human is capable of the extraordinary if you're willing to put in the time and the effort. And that brings us to the third part. If you really want to do something amazing with your life, first, you have to get control of your emotions. You have to decide, I'm the learner. I'm going to value myself for my willingness to stare nakedly at my inadequacies, to know what my goal is, and to say, I've been blessed with potential, but it's my job to do something with that potential, to turn that into a set of skills that are aligned with the goal that I'm trying to achieve, which requires a massive amount of clarity. If you want to know what kills entrepreneurs, boredom and a lack of clarity. To get great at something, you've got to practice it over and over and over and over and over until you are truly able to do that thing without even thinking about it. And if you can do that, if you can put in that time and the energy, then you've really got a shot. So that's the first thing. You get control of that emotion. You get the clarity on what you're trying to do. The second thing is realizing I've got to go through that repetition. And then the third thing is what I call the physics of progress. If you want to know how I built 3 successful companies back to back, by the way, in 3 different industries, I built a very successful company in software, I built a juggernaut in nutrition and manufacturing, and I've now built a third multi-million-dollar company in media. Completely unrelated, all 3 of them. But every time I came in with a clear goal and an understanding that I have to transform my ambition into actual usable skill set. But then once you have that skill set, you're still going to be prone to failure. Remember, failure is the most obvious outcome, always. In fact, I will tell you this about life, and I think you're all going to agree, because I'm sure life has taught you the same thing that it's taught me. Success cannot be guaranteed, but the struggle can. Whatever you do, it is going to be hard. if you're trying to do something that matters. And I will assume if you were here, you were trying to do something that matters. So I can't guarantee the success. I can guarantee the struggle. So how do you struggle well? What is the system? Because if you have to make it up, if you have to rely on being smarter than the next person, then your odds of success go down. But the reality is, again, remember, 3 people in my life all assumed I was going to fail. And yet I have been extraordinarily successful by virtually any measure. I ran the physics of progress. Now, the reason I call it the physics of progress, I don't think there's anything below it. If you listen to Elon Musk, you're going to hear him say a lot. You have to think from first principles. You have to stop dealing at the level of analogy and get to how does the world work for real, in a way where there's nothing below it. It's just this is how the world works. Now, the physics of progress is very easy to summarize. The physics of progress is the scientific method recontextualized for an individual life. And it goes like this. Everything, always and forever, no matter what you want to do, it always starts with clarity. You must have a massive amount of clarity in terms of what you want to do with your life. And this is where a lot of people fail. And I hear young entrepreneurs come up to me all the time. They say, Tom, I got it. I know exactly what I want to do with my life. I'm like, yeah, tell me about it. I want to hear it. Let's go. I want to win a gold medal. In what? The Olympics? Yes, Tom, in the Olympics. Amazing. Summer Olympics or winter? Summer. Fantastic. Swimming or tennis? Swimming. Love it. Backstroke? Freestyle medley? Which one? Because depending on what it is you're trying to achieve, remember, you have to turn your potential into usable skill set. But if you're trying to win a gold medal in swimming and you're out on the tennis court, you're going to fail. So you have to start with that just immeasurable amount of clarity. So you know exactly what you want. Now, to run the physics of progress, you know where you are, you know what you want, and you have to identify the obstacle that stands between where you are and where you're trying to go. Now, once you have that, you're going to come up with a hypothesis. Now, if you're familiar with the scientific method, you know that all a hypothesis is your best guess. So it is my best guess of how I go from here, where I want to go, to there. Now, when my partners and I started a nutrition company, we didn't know anything about it. We came up with a recipe for a protein bar. We took it to a co-manufacturer, and we said, make this. And they said, we can't. We said, why not? And the reality was, they didn't know. So we had to figure out the physics of progress, demand. You have to get clarity. Okay, what's that obstacle? The obstacle, ironically, who here has heard of high fructose corn syrup? Very few people. This is crazy because it rules the world in terms of manufacturing. And the reality is that manufacturing equipment came up in lockstep with the use of high fructose corn syrup. Once you strip that out, which we had to do to make the product that we wanted to make, none of the equipment works. But if you run the physics of progress, you realize, oh, all I have to do is make new equipment. And so we went from, hey, you guys want to make something that can't be made, to we made our own equipment, and in less than 5 years, we had $1 billion valuation. Because we ran the physics of progress. Where am I? Where am I trying to go? What's the obstacle? What's my best guess on how to overcome that obstacle? And then once you have that best guess, you run that experiment. We tried it. The first few things didn't work. Okay, you have to analyze the data. And this goes back to point number 1. You're having a biological experience. Your emotions are going to mess you up. You have to find a way to get control of that. To believe that I'm an average human, I can learn, I can adapt, I can turn my potential into skill set. And if I do that, then I can do whatever I want. And so we looked at it. We said, what do we have to do? How do we adjust the equipment? Who can we talk to? How do we learn this? But we had to stare nakedly at our inadequacies at that moment where the first thing failed, and not let our emotions try to make it somebody else's fault that it didn't work. We took responsibility, saw that we needed to make a change. And in making that change, then we could come up with another hypothesis that was a little bit smarter. And then you run it again. Do another experiment. How did it work? You stare nakedly at your inadequacies. You figure out what you have to change. You change it. You come up with an updated hypothesis. And you just run it and run it over and over and over. And if you run that simple setup of the physics of progress, you really can achieve anything in your life. And to button it up, the way that I know that this is true, my father-in-law, Andreas, a beautiful human being, when I asked for his blessing to marry his daughter, he said, "You're young, you're inexperienced, and you have no money. How do you plan to take care of my daughter?" Now, unfortunately, at the time, I didn't know the phrase, the physics of progress. So I just said, "Sir, one day I'm going to make your daughter a wealthy woman." And that was when he told me he didn't want me to marry her because he didn't believe that it was going to happen. 15 years later, as we're walking the manufacturing floor, and I've got 1,000 employees, hundreds of thousands of square feet, our product coming off the line, millions of bars a day, employees coming up thanking me for the job, and I was walking my father-in-law around showing it to him, and I said, "Andreas, do you remember when you asked me how I was going to take care of your daughter?" He said, "Yes." I said, "How am I doing?" And he just burst into tears. Not because he was wrong about me. He was right. But what he didn't anticipate is that if you do the 3 things I talked about today, overcome your own emotions, master your biology, understand that you can grow and adapt, and then run the physics of progress, there is nothing you can't do. Everybody go forth and change the world. Have a huge impact. Thank you.
We live in a world of plenty, yet so many don't have enough. Our world is constantly evolving. New opportunities come with countless decisions. But how can we champion positive change and mitigate risks and use our collective strength to empower and leave no one behind? The truth is, our every action shapes the lives of many. Accelerating development and governance is laying the groundwork for the future of societies and healthcare. Exploring new frontiers pushes the boundaries of knowledge and increases our resilience and connectivity. Reinventing the world that surrounds us is putting the focus back on the very thing that made us excel. Join us as we explore new ways in shaping the future. World Government Summit, Shaping Future Governments.
أيها الحضور الكريم، سنستأنف الجلسة التالية بعد قليل.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our next session shortly.
أيها الحضور الكريم، سنستأنف الجلسة التالية بعد قليل.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our next session shortly.
أيها الحضور الكريم، سنستأنف الجلسة التالية بعد قليل.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our next session shortly. Distinguished guests, our next session is a conversation with Ray Dalio, founder of Bridgewater, the world's largest hedge fund, and the #1 New York Times best-selling author of Principles, Life and Work, and Principles for Navigating Big Debt Crises. In his latest book, Principles for Dealing with the Changing World Order, he studied the rise and decline of nations over the span of 500 years. Please welcome on stage Mr. Ray Dalio and His Excellency Muhammad Abdullah Al-Girgawi, UAE Minister of Cabinet Affairs and Chairman of the World Government Summit.
Good morning, Ray. Great to have you at the World Government Summit. We have a full house ready to listen to your thought about the world, about yourself, about your value. You are a mentor, but today you are a mentor for 4,000 people. So before we start our session, I would like just to play a video, then I'll ask you a couple of questions.
I studied the 10 most powerful empires over the last 500 years and the last 3 reserve currencies. It took me through the rise and decline of the Dutch Empire and the guilder, the British Empire and the pound, the rise and early decline in the United States Empire and the dollar, and the decline and rise of the Chinese Empire and its currencies, as well as the rise and decline of the Spanish, German, French, Indian, Japanese, Russian, and Ottoman empires, along with their significant conflicts, as measured in this chart. To understand China's patterns better, I also studied the rise and fall of Chinese dynasties and their monies back to the year 600. Because looking at all these measures at once can be confusing, I'll focus on the 4 most important ones: the Dutch, British, US, and Chinese. You'll quickly notice the pattern. Now let's simplify the form a bit. As you can see, they transpired in overlapping cycles that lasted about 250 years, with 10 to 20-year transition periods between them. Typically, these transitions have been periods of great conflict because leading powers don't decline without a fight. So how am I measuring an empire's power? In this study, I used 8 metrics. Each country's measure of total power is derived by averaging them together. They are education, inventiveness and technology development, competitiveness in global markets, economic output, share of world trade, military strength, the power of their financial center for capital markets, and the strength of their currency as a reserve currency. Because these powers are measurable, we can see how strong each country is now, was in the past, and whether they're rising or declining. By examining the sequences from many countries, we can see how a typical cycle transpires. And because the wiggles can be confusing, we can simplify it a bit to focus on the pattern of cause-effect relationships that drive the rise and decline of a typical empire. As you can see, better education typically leads to increased innovation and technology development, and with a lag, the establishment of the currency as a reserve currency. You can also see that these forces then declined in a similar order, reinforcing each other's decline. Let's now look at the typical sequence of events going on inside a country that produces these rises and declines. In a nutshell, the big cycle typically begins after a major conflict, often a war, establishes the new leading power and the new world order. Because no one wants to challenge this power, a period of peace and prosperity typically follows. As people get used to this peace and prosperity, they increasingly bet on it continuing, They borrow money to do that, which eventually leads to a financial bubble. The empire's share of trade grows, and when most transactions are conducted in its currency, it becomes a reserve currency, which leads to even more borrowing. At the same time, this increased prosperity distributes wealth unevenly, so the wealth gap typically grows between the rich haves and the poor have-nots. Eventually, the financial bubble bursts, which leads to the printing of money and increased internal conflict between the rich and the poor, which leads to some form of revolution to redistribute wealth. This can happen peacefully or as a civil war. While the empire struggles with this internal conflict, its power diminishes relative to external rival powers on the rise. When a new rising power gets strong enough to compete with the dominant power that is having domestic breakdowns, external conflicts, most typically wars, take place. Out of these internal and external wars come new winners and losers. Then the winners get together to create the new world order, and the cycle begins again.
Beautiful video, very short, insightful. And let me start by, in your book, you talked about 5 forces in changing world order. What are they?
Well, I learned in my lifetime. I'm a practical guy who has to invest in the markets and make bets on all of these things. But I learned in my lifetime that many times that I was surprised, it was because those things didn't happen in my lifetime, but they happened before. I could tell you many stories like that. So there are 3 things that are happening now in our lifetimes that didn't happen before, but happened many times in history that required me to study this. And then there were 2 others I paid a lot of attention to. So first, the amount of spending more than we're earning, creating a lot of debt, and the monetization of that debt. What is the value of money? What is debt money? Okay, what do we use as money? And how does that work? The second is the amount of internal conflict between the left and the right, the rich and the poor, differences in values. By any of the measures, you can see I like to use statistics, there's the greatest political gaps, the greatest internal conflicts. Third is external conflict, the great power conflict. In other words, when you have 2 great empires, 2 or more, that are comparable in power, and then there's the conflict associated with those. Those didn't happen in our lifetimes, but they happened before. Those 3 drew my attention. When I studied history, I also saw the 4th really becoming apparent, which is acts of nature. Interesting. Acts of nature, droughts, floods, and pandemics, have killed more people and toppled more civilizations than the first 3, including wars. So I saw that. And then what was apparent, of course, through technology is number 5, which is the most important, which is human learning and the development of technologies. So those 5 factors, those 5 forces, drive just about everything. And so that's really my lens. And in order to see that, what is the rise and decline of currencies and all of this, I needed to go back and study. But those are the 5.
You looked at the pattern of the past 500 years, the rise and fall of civilization, nation, where we know that we are in an interesting time in human civilization. The world is changing. We live in the most exciting time. We know that the next 500 years will be different. The money will be different. Technology will disrupt everything. Economy will be different. So can you predict the same pattern that will happen? Whatever happened in the past 500 years will continue?
I think we can understand through not only seeing the patterns, but I think we know some things about cause-effect relationships. And then again, what we don't know is much greater than what we do know. But I do think, like if we were looking at today, we would say, of course, the financial condition of a country, an individual, a company, matters. Income statement, balance sheet, how are you doing? Productivity, that matters. We do know that how we are with each other, whether we're working well together and competing in a healthy way to raise productivity and our living standards, we know those things matter, and you can measure those and you can see those. We do know what the external conflicts are like. We see it every day. You can measure it in numbers and so on. Those things are timeless and universal. We do know that acts of nature will continue. And we do know, I think, that the greatest force of evolution through human inventiveness and technology. So we are at the brink of a new world in which the technologies are going to radically change a lot of the things that we know, but we don't know how. So when I look at all those things, I think we know what I just described, and then what we don't know is how we're going to think in the future, how our minds will work, how technology will evolve, and how that's going to have a ripple effect, which we're going to see radical changes over the next 5 years. Over the next 5 years, not 500 years.
5 years.
5 years, we're going to see it. Then if you take 5 years and you go to 10, the world is going to change in all of these respects in dramatic ways over the next 10 years, radically. I think we know those things. Exactly how that's going to play out and what, no, I can't tell you.
Let me talk about today. You've been talking about United States, China. Who is winning the race?
Well, there are a lot of races going on. I'll call them wars. There's a trade war and a technology war. There's a geopolitical influence war. There's an economic and capital war. And there's a military war. We are in the first 4 of those wars, and we're at the brink of a military war. Brink doesn't mean that we're going to go over the brink. Everybody, hopefully we don't go over the brink. But if we're taking those types of wars, it depends how long you want me to answer that, because I could go through each one of those. But the charts that were shown...
So don't worry about the chart. I run the chart.
Trade war, China's winning the trade war. If you just take the numbers, the percentage of world trade and dominance, the geopolitical war has become one in which not long ago the United States was a dominant power. It just had to express what it wanted and other countries would respond and so on. Now you go from country to country and the constant question I get is China or the United States? And the answer to that question typically comes back. If it's economic, it's China. If it's military, the question is whether the United States will be there when we need them or not. That's a most common answer across other places. So there's a combination. So it's a heck of a competition. The technology war, very interesting in many ways. There are going to be amazing technologies developed by both places, and so you say in this way the United States is winning, in that way another winning, and there's going to be those competitions. The real winners, by the way, I think, are those who can tap into both, and the unaligned countries that are being able to do that. If you take the capital war and the economic war, it's, again, more China than the United States in that the growth rate is faster, and also we're seeing a change in now the denomination of currencies that trade and capital flows are in. We're beginning, which we didn't have before, we're beginning the internationalization of the renminbi as part of a process. Still, but the United States is dominant currently today in that area. Then in terms of military war, that becomes an interesting question. It's a hell of a competition.
Yes. Let me go to the United States. And then I'll ask the same thing, same question about China. Is the threat for the United States external or an internal threat?
The far greater threat is an internal threat, because basically, be strong. If you're strong and you're healthy, then you're going to be domestically and internationally well off. And so what we have is a deterioration of infrastructure, education, political conflict, leadership, those types of issues that are undermining it. You know, you could see the changes in the cities, New York, Chicago, and places like that. Opiate issues, a lot of those problems, how people are with each other, is undermining the health. The United States, I was very lucky. I was born in 1949, 4 years after the New World Order began. And just the idea of that there was, I was raised by two parents who cared for me. I had public school education, and I came out to a country of equal opportunity in which anyone in the world could come and be a citizen, equally likely, a rule of law, fabulous environment. You could not compete in anywhere in the world that was like that. And that it has changed, and that has been a factor. So it's most importantly how we are with ourselves. Do we hold ourselves individually to a high standard in which you're productive and you contribute and you build a financial situation that's good? So how we are with each other is the dominant internally. The United States and a number of countries are at war with themselves, and that's affecting those things. So you have to fix those fundamentals.
Is China in better shape for the same question?
Very similar questions. Similar questions. You have two greatly different approaches to the world, right? So now, one great man, Wang Qishan is the vice president of China, a very objective man, described it essentially that the United States is a country of individuals and individualism. You had Elon Musk on before and so on. The individual, the power of the individual. And it's therefore bottom up. And then China is top down. In other words, it's Confucian and how each individual should relate to each other. And then that gets manifest in how the governance system works, you know, how the Communist Party works, how the whole governance system, how the media works, how information is controlled. You know, you have a different place. You have one place that's more anarchistic and you know, creative and highly disorderly and so on. The other place, which they're trying to achieve the balance better, but it is really more top-down. So those are two different approaches. And of course, we all around here, we go to different variations. Every place has a different variation. So it's you know, how that works out, we'll see.
Where is India in your book? I mean, you talk China, United States, and there is a huge country with tremendous wealth. Where is India?
India is the country, from all of the statistics using 10-year growth rates and also just what's apparent, India will have probably the greatest growth rate, the fastest growth rate economically, have the greatest transformation of any country. And I would say, like, if I was going to paint the world, there is this great power conflict and lots of things going on that are great and terrible in both China and the United States. And then there's the countries that are not in that, the neutral countries. So here we are in the UAE, and you think about what's going on here and in Saudi and so on. Or you go to Singapore and you look at what's happening in the ASEAN countries, Indonesia, Vietnam, and so on, and you look at India. It's an advantage through all history and world wars. Those that have not been involved in the wars and stand aside from the wars actually prosper from whatever conflicts exist. So we're going to have different types of wars between those two states, but India is going to be. Now, the dynamic of it is very interesting because it's not really open. You know, it's dominated by a few families. It's not an easy place to get into, and you know, the capital markets haven't developed to the extent that they should develop. They will develop probably. So there's a great deal of potential, but actually, is there going to be that kind of opening up that is going to create that kind of vibrancy for us all. India will do great, I think, and then the question is, what does that mean for the rest of us?
Europe?
Europe is, you know, a wonderful place to go enjoy life. You know, it is beautiful. It's, and then on the other hand, you know, it's a collection of countries which are, by most measures, economically, militarily, politically, trade-wise, and so on, not competitive. It's old in terms, it doesn't have the vibrancy. If you were to think about what is necessary in terms of the technologies, let's say, only two areas now in the world, the United States and China, in terms of going to really the scale of the great technologies that we're talking about, as having a revolutionary thing. So it's a declining, it's not a powerful place. It's financially, it's got problems. Militarily, it's limited. It's highly fragmented, and it's a beautiful place to go visit.
Thank you. We do visit every summer there. Ray, I mean, let's move from the word to you. What's your mission in life?
I'm 73 years old, and I think there's a life arc. I'm at the stage in my life arc where I'm transitioning to my last stage in life. I think life has three stages, basically. First stage, you're dependent on others, you're learning. Second stage, you're on your own, you're independent. Others become dependent on you, and you're trying to be successful. And then you go into the stage that I'm going into, which I'm into, in which you transition. And the beauty is to see other people successful without you, and just to pass along those things that might be helpful for others. So that's the stage in life that I am. I'm going to do this. I have one more book to write, which principles. I put their principles, meaning things that, like recipes, how to do this and that I've learned, and I want to pass those along. And by the way, I encourage everybody to do that. I put out a journal to help everybody write their own principles, because it's been an amazing experience for me to do that. It's helped me. I convert the principles into algorithms that help me make decisions, and everybody can do that. But anyway, I'm at that stage in my life where that's what I want to do, pass that along. I'll do that probably until the next book comes out, which would be Economic and Investment Principles, and then I'll be done.
If we have 150 government with us in the World Government Summit, what's your advice to government? I mean, if you have a perfect model, how this model should look like?
I think the key question is whether man, whether internally or externally, has the capacity to rise above oneself, to look at what is the collective good, so that, because there are win-win relationships and there are lose-lose relationships. And so in history, that desire, I am going to fight to keep my money or whatever it is, that produces outcomes that are disastrous. And so can the evolution of that take place? I wouldn't be optimistic about that. But it is the question of how we deal with each other is a fundamental question. And who knows? So everybody's dealing with the issues I just mentioned: the financial issue, the internal conflict issue, the external conflict issue. I would say that when I look at countries and I say, where do I want to invest, or where do I even want to be? There are those three things I look at. Is it good financially? Is a place have financial resources to do things well? Is it going to be internal conflict or external conflict? External conflict. And then the technology and those types of things. So I would say that the measures are all there. In the book, I have 18 measures that are measured statistically. They're a health index. You can look at that And that index is like if you go into a doctor's office and you take all your checking your vitals. Those indices, those measures are there. And if you make those good, you will have a greater longevity and a greater prosperity. So when I think about that, I think, you know, they're clear, what's health, and then also of paramount importance is, can we rise above that with existing self-discipline and discipline with how we're dealing with others? That'll be of paramount importance.
Thank you. Thank you. We're running out of time. I would like just to capture the opportunity and ask you just quick answer, if you can. You meditate.
I'm sorry?
You meditate.
Yes.
Why and what do you do?
Oh, I'd say transcendental meditation I've done since 1969, however long that was. And it is, more than anything else, it has been the most fabulous thing. That and writing down principles and converting them to algorithms are the main thing. Okay, it's meditation, the one I do, is a mantra. So it's a word that has no particular meaning. A good example of that might be Om. It's a sound. And you sit there quietly and repeat that in your mind. And when you do that, your conscious thoughts go away, and you're in this Om, because when you're saying Om to yourself, you can't have those thoughts. And then that disappears. And when that disappears, you go into a subconscious state. You're not conscious, you're not unconscious. And from that subconscious state, it comes all sorts of creativity. And also, we're largely driven by our subconscious more than our conscious. All the subconscious things that are going on and create the motivations. And so it helps to align those two things. And it gives a peace. 20 minutes of meditation is like 3 hours of sleep, and it gives one an equanimity. It's like, I think in like the ninja movies, you know, they're fighting all fast, and then, then they put it into slow motion, because like for the ninja, it's just things coming at you, and you deal with those things. So that's what meditation is like.
Thank you. What is your biggest success in life?
I suppose evolving and, I hope, contributing to evolution. I think evolution is the only thing that's permanent and is what we do. And we're all on a ride. And so I think that I've been on the ride. And so it's not money. It's not power or influence or anything. It's that, and then I think it's reflected in my family. Those kinds of things.
Did you had failure?
Oh, lots of failures.
The biggest one?
I'm a professional mistake maker.
What was the biggest failure?
Well, I mean, one I remember is in 1982, this changed my life. 1982, I'd calculated that American banks had lent more money to foreign countries than those countries were going to be able to pay back. I thought there'd be a big debt crisis. I spoke openly about that, and then Mexico defaulted in August 1982, and a number of countries started to default. And I thought that we were going to have an economic collapse, terrible collapse, and I couldn't have been more wrong. It was the exact bottom in the stock market, August 1982, when Mexico defaulted. I lost money for me, I lost money for my clients. I was so broke, I had to borrow $4,000 from my dad to help to pay for family bills. And that changed my life. I realized, first it gave me the humility that I needed to deal with my audacity. I knew that I didn't want to do this anymore, but I didn't want to lose the upside. So what I did is I learned, okay, how can I get the upside with that kind of risk? And I learned basically two things. First, to try to find the smartest people I could who disagreed with me to try to stress test. And because the power of great triangulation is one of the things I learned. And then I learned how I could diversify my portfolios and my decision making that in a way that would not reduce my returns but would reduce my risk by 80%, because the power of diversification of equally good things works that way. And that was the bottom, and then from there that changed. And I really learned, I have a principle which is pain plus reflection equals progress, because pain will teach you about reality. And if you can reflect calmly on those realities and think, how do I deal with reality? Well, and so I think mistakes are a good thing, learning experiences. Otherwise you have successes and you don't change.
If you'll give me 3 advice in life. 3 advice in life.
Okay. First, know your nature. We each have a nature of those are the things that are our pulls, what we tend to be inclined to do, and so on. And I think life is a journey of knowing your nature and finding the path for your nature. And then accept the fact that it's going to be a ride, and that through that, the ups and the downs and so on, that's your learning experience, that's your journey. And so I would say also, be very related to that, number 2, is realize that whatever you know is immaterial relative to what you don't know. And so give yourself the power of great open-mindedness, and also the power to diversify and to place your bets in a way that allows you to succeed, given that. Let's see, number 3, what would number 3 be? I don't know. Realize that success is having a life that you want to have. Don't look at the definition of success like money. Like money has no intrinsic value. Money only will get you what it buys. So think about what you want in terms of truly those things. I think life is a matter of meaningful work and meaningful relationships. If you have meaningful work and you have meaningful relationships, most importantly, meaningful relationships, I think that creates a successful life. Those are the 3 that come to mind.
Ray, thank you very much. It was very insightful for all of us. We started from the word, we ended up with you and I here on the stage. Mr. Dalia will have a book signing outside. You can join us if you want. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
الحضور الكريم، نستكمل باقي الجلسات في هذه القاعة ظهر هذا اليوم. إلى حين ذلك يمكنكم حضور الجلسات الأخرى المنعقدة بالتوازي في القاعات المخصصة لها. شكرا لكم.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our sessions in this hall this afternoon. In the meantime, you may attend other breakout sessions taking place at the dedicated halls. Thank you.
session where we will be talking about what's next for humanity. Now, that's a broad title, but really the idea is leapfrogging scientific discovery. An exciting time in healthcare, scientific discovery, and what our futures all will look like with these discoveries. I'm delighted to introduce Professor Roger Kornberg, Nobel laureate in chemistry in 2006, with many discoveries that influence medicine today. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Thomas Cahill, founder and managing partner, New Path Partners. And we've got Professor Shai Efrati, who is director of the Sagel Center of Hyperbaric Medicine and Research. And all of them, of course, have much greater bios than I'm going to be able to describe here for this session. So thank you all for being with us. I appreciate it. Professor, I'd like to start with you. Your work on RNA has earned you a Nobel Prize, but also has been instrumental, transformational for biochemistry. So explain to us how sequencing is changing medicine, but also will change our lives.
So people here are aware of the impact of RNA from the vaccines that were introduced in the past couple of years. What they may not know is that the impact is potentially far greater. The vaccines were limited by the capacity to deliver the RNA molecules to human cells. That is a problem which in the last couple of years we have solved. It means that on the basis of the nucleic acid sequence of a virus, or indeed the sequence of the human genome, we can now immediately design medicines, deliver them to human cells, and cure a vast array of human disease that was not accessible in the past. It includes, of course, the possibility of personalized medicine, since the nucleic acid sequence will differ in subtle ways from one individual to another. That, too, can be realized in this respect.
One of the fields that many people are looking to RNA technology to is actually dealing with cancer and treating cancer, and there has been much work on that, and that importance of being able to have those nuanced differences depending on genes. Can you tell us a bit more about that and how you see that?
So cancer arises from mutation, so it arises from a change in the nucleotide sequence. We can identify that change, we can design an RNA molecule that will target that difference and solve the problem.
Dr. Cahill, I'd like to ask you about how, again, sequencing will change medicine, but also it requires investment and it requires further work. Can you tell us your take on it?
Sure. Look, sequencing's already kind of changed everything. I think people don't really think about it that way. The first sequence was done in 2001. Maybe it cost about $3 billion US, and now probably get a full sequence and analysis is somewhere between 200 to a couple thousand. But if you think about pre-cancer screening, I mean, you hear about BRCA genes, BRCA1 or 2, which are associated with, ovarian, breast, and prostate cancer. Just the impact on diagnostics is already being seen clinically.
I'm really sorry to interrupt you. Can I ask you to just pull the mic up a little bit? Thank you.
I'm usually pretty loud, so. But my point is, sequencing's already changed everything. We're 20 years into the first sequence, and just like the internet, it took about 20 years to get to that inflection point. Right now, we can sequence and identify where the problems are. The more data we generate, the closer we're going to be to personalizing medicine. But at the very least, just knowing your sequence allows you to prevent disease. And I think we can probably talk about some of the newer treatments that are coming out to solve, actual diseases, but just prevention alone has been a hugely transformative impact.
And Professor Efrati, I'd like to ask you the same question. I mean, everything from the impact on individualized medicine to also looking towards the future, how this can transform our societies.
I will refer first for DNA and epigenetic, which people speak a lot. Okay, just to give perspective, because I know that people in that room are not coming from biology, most of the people over here. So DNA, it's like a textbook that you have. And at each point of your life, you can read different chapters. So when we are young, we are reading a specific chapter and look at our physiology when we are young. And when we are old, we are reading another chapter on the same textbook, okay? and look at the physiology over there. The insight of that makes us say, I don't want to read the last chapter. I want to read the first chapter. So what are the triggers that can make me stay on the first chapter? And we can do that today. Okay, not by invasive procedure, we have a way that we can do that. And this is the epigenetics. So we have the DNA, but we can choose the chapter that we can read.
So the chapters, if we take that analogy further, is one that people are really thinking about when it comes to personalized medicine. How do you see the access to personalized medicine on a larger scale? Is this something that we're going to see scaled up in the near future?
So there is no doubt that will occur, and Dr. Cahill has already mentioned the ease with which the entire genome sequence of an individual may be determined. And now referring to the comment about epigenetics from Professor Fati, the read of the genetic sequence will include also those modifications which constitute the epigenetics that marks the genome in respect not only to heredity, but also state of the individual.
And so and then that, of course, takes us to precision medicine. So, Dr. Cahill, if I can ask you about how precision medicine will change healthcare and the impact it will have, again, on health administrators.
Sure. I would just say it already is changing healthcare. I mean, another panel, I use this example with, a metastatic melanoma, which, is one of the most fatal diseases upon diagnosis. And in 2011, before kind of sequencing and Keytruda had come out, about 5% of people after diagnosis lived more than 5 years. By 2017, over 55% of those people were still alive. And so that's personalized medicine, right there. I mean, that's a real impact. And, as both of these scientists mentioned, is science is kind of like the learning hydra in the sense that every time you cut off a head, you learn 2 new things. And so it starts with the DNA sequence, and then the epigenetic sequence. And now the next thing that people are looking at is actually the configuration of the DNA within the nucleus seems to make a difference. And so it's always a new thing that we're going to discover, hence your point of investment. We have CRISPR 1.0, then we have base editing, which is CRISPR 2.0. And now we have prime editing, which is really like the holy grail in CRISPR 3.0. And so it kind of takes 1, 2, or 3 generations to get to a gene editing or technology, or any type of technology that really can be transformative.
And so if we look at, again, Professor Efrati, taking your textbook analogy, if we look at the chapter of older age, and as more and more societies are aging and we're living longer, how does this then affect age-related decline?
So we are in a governmental summit, okay? And as a government, especially in the UAE, you're thinking, what is our next challenge? So our next and current challenge is what is exactly the age-related cognitive and functional decline. Just for perspective, today in China, not in China, in Japan, there are more diapers that are being sold for older individuals than for babies. In Europe, we're going to be there in 2 to 4 years, the same in the US. I don't know the data with regard to the UAE. And since we don't know it, that means that this hasn't been approached as a problem yet that need to be faced. So we are elongating life, but the most important thing is not lifespan, it's health span. And once somebody has dementia, somebody have Alzheimer, especially here in the UAE, where people, part of the culture is not sending back them to a nursing home. Okay, here you keep them with you at home, which is amazing thing. When somebody dementia, somebody Alzheimer, it's like a stone that is coming down to the sea, and everything that is tied to it is going that with it. So if you ask me what is the most important, challenging, economically, socially, personally basic, I don't want to be in diapers, okay? And I don't want that my close friends will be in diapers, my close family, because that will take me down. So I think that the challenge is exactly that. the age-related cognitive and functional decline. And I think that if we will face that appropriately, we can generate a dementia or Alzheimer-free community, or at least narrow the period where we are dependent. And we can use the science that we have today to achieve it.
Professor Bromberg, are we there?
In fact, I can speak to that directly. So I mentioned in my first remark the capacity today to deliver an RNA molecule that is therapeutic, even curative for disease. This is a new capability, and it exists at this time for Alzheimer's disease. We are in the process of making the first such molecule, and in collaboration with a group at the Mass General Hospital of Harvard in Boston, I expect that within a very short period of time, Alzheimer's will no longer be a scourge of humanity.
That is an incredible milestone for humanity to be able to reach. What would it take to make sure that that's scaled up? Is it going to be through vaccine? Is it going to be through drugs that are self-administered?
The chief obstacle is regulatory. These medicines are available now for respiratory disease. Take the case of SARS-CoV-2. We have such a medicine now which is 99.9% effective, which will cure the disease. This is not a vaccine. It is not injected. It is stable. It can be transported. It is self-administered. All that stands between that and its availability to the population are regulatory hurdles. When the next pandemic strikes, which could be as soon as tomorrow, we have the capacity to determine the sequence of the new virus and make that medicine overnight and protect the entire population. Again, all that stands between that capability and its implementation is the slow pace, the bureaucracy, the risk-averse nature of regulatory agencies. It is a broken system, and it needs to be fixed.
Now, do you see it as broken in the United States or on a global level?
It is true in every nation of the world. There is no exception to this problem. And the solution is so straightforward, but again, what we face is an intractable bureaucracy.
And without the regulation and without the authorization, of course, then the funding also can't follow. So, Dr. Cahill, how would you see it best to tackle that, the regulatory side? Putting you on the spot here.
I think when you're dealing with regulators, for our work with the U.S. government and some of the governments here during the COVID pandemic, is try to remove yourself try to remove any financial conflict when you're dealing with the government, and try to be as transparent as possible with them about the pros and cons. Part of the issue is advocacy. I mean, if you look at Vertex and cystic fibrosis, if you have enough capital coming from enough patients, you can change things. But again, what has to be shown is how can the government benefit? How can the country benefit? I mean, if we just, I'm going to jump on a little bit of a tangent because I think it's important. If we were to say what we did for warp speed, what we did for COVID, if we just did that, for obesity, that would probably save many more lives than were lost with COVID. And now again, I have no financial conflict here, but these new GLP-1 drugs really transform outcomes, and they may be a bridge to a new therapy. I mean, how many people here have heard of Ozempic or Wegovy or any of these drugs? And some people. I mean, these drugs it's the best-selling drug in the U.S. right now. It's been around for 20 years as a diabetes drug. It's generally safe. It's actually the receptors I studied with Bob at Duke, their GPCR. So they're safe. And I mean, the weight loss on these drugs is 15 to 20% in a year, which is completely transformative. And if the governments were just to reinforce that, the argument would be when you increase lifespan, you don't decrease costs, because the last year of life is always most expensive. But when you increase lifespan, you increase the human capital that actually benefits the country and benefits companies. And that's the argument to be made to CEOs and to governments, is that the more people are able to go to work and the better quality work product they're able to make, is better for the country and society. And that's kind of the argument to make to the regulators and the insurance companies.
But there's still, Professor Frati, there's still a concern that actually regulators say we're the last line of defense. It will come on us if we approve or disapprove a certain drug. How would you respond to that?
I don't want to refer to the regulatory part. I will refer to the scientific research part, which is quite amazing what's happening today. I think that the number one bottleneck to making a progress for us as Homo sapiens is where the mind power or the brain power is going. And when I'm saying brain power, I'm speaking about the young individuals who are looking now to do a PhD research and things like that, and they want to dedicate their career to something, okay? An amazing thing happened to us, at least in my university, during the last 5 years. There are young people, brilliant people, who are coming to me and saying, dear Professor Efrati, I want to dedicate my career to aging. Now, this is a 25-year-old person. He's dedicating his career to person. And this is the brain power. The brain of this young individual is the most important thing that we have as a society. And once we are moving this spotlight to the age-related cognitive functional decline, then we can break everything. Break everything as Homo sapiens. We went to the moon, we break the stars, we can break a lot of things. The regulatory will follow. The regulatory, it's you. You will solve that, okay? But we need to bring, in my part of the field, okay, we need to bring as many as possible intervention to reach a point where you as a regulator need to prove that. So that's bottleneck. It's been open in last year, so I'm quite optimistic about it.
I mean, the free market does solve things. I mean, when people couldn't get access to semaglutide, they were just compounding it themselves. I mean, so then the regulator started opening up access to it.
But I wanted to ask you also about how life science discoveries are allowing more and more information sharing, discovery sharing between fields. Because again, for us lay people, we always think it's separate. If we're talking about Alzheimer's, we often don't think, okay, actually the discoveries that are being made are also going to impact other types of diseases. So how is there more cross-field knowledge sharing, data sharing?
The world of science has changed. So when I was a student, when my colleagues here were students, there were separate disciplines of physics, chemistry, biology, medicine. Today there is only a single scientific discipline that transcends them all. The boundaries have blurred, and physicists study biology, biologists rely on physics. That kind of separation no longer exists.
Dr. Calhill, did you want to comment on that, the sharing and the knowledge sharing between fields?
Yeah, as I had mentioned, every time you discover something new or you think you solve something, kind of two new problems occur or two new discoveries occur. Right. And so science has become, has evolved, as Roger was saying, from a field where you have kind of a king, an academic king, to one where it's not possible to do everything. You have to work with other people. And so you really start collaborating across specialties because there's too much to know.
Mm-hmm. Okay, sorry.
I would pick up on the comment that Professor Efrati made. Indeed, the importance of encouraging and enabling young people to study science, especially fundamental science, cannot be overestimated. Sadly, it has become more difficult today than it was in the past. The number of barriers greatly increased, and barriers that are far higher. In my day, that of my colleagues here, a young person could pursue a career in science and be supported in a meaningful way. Unfortunately, that is no longer the case. A young person wishing to pursue a career in science will require at least another decade of preparation, and when they finally reach the point where they might be employed in a meaningful, in a sufficient way to pursue that career, the openings, the job openings, what have you, the opportunities no longer exist.
Why is that?
There are a number of reasons for that, but fundamentally it comes back to government. It is the responsibility and the role of government to make the opportunity available to young people to do work which is not going to lead to riches of a conventional nature, but will lead to riches, to a form of knowledge which is even more rewarding.
Yeah.
I would like to say something about that, because the student and the young brains are the most important thing, and opening certain arena to people who are coming from completely different field is highly important. That's how innovation are made. I see that people are holding phones in their hands, okay, and the company, and they're all texting, okay? A couple of years ago, the phone was for speaking. So the ability of us to make a process is also related to us. When I'm saying us, I'm saying as a teaching professor in the university. I always teach my student that the number one limitation for them to making progress is the knowledge that they gain from me at this moment.
Right.
Because this knowledge became their rate limiting factor because they take it for granted. And the worst thing that happened to us as teaching, or somebody who is a bit older, is the things that I teach become my main limitation to making a progress. So because I don't want to say that I was mistaken, okay? I teach somebody wrong. So the most important thing is to create an environment, and we should invest thought about it, that embrace the failure, okay? Embrace the change. Never say, I don't believe in that, I don't believe in that. Say, I want to check that, I want to evaluate that. And once we are putting a spotlight about something and you generate an environment that embrace and celebrate failures, like I'm doing in my lab. When somebody failed, we are doing a big celebration. I say, wow, this is great. Our theory was failed, we can do something else. By doing that, we can make a real progress. And it can come through medications, through interventions, through changing environment. The focus should be on a problem that is important to all of us, and embracing failure, embracing the change, giving push to the young people to move forward as fast as possible. That's the way we should do it.
And it's what you do with that failure.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
So we're unfortunately out of time on the panel, but there is a question that I wanted to ask each of you. So I'm going to ask you to answer very briefly, which is, for the immediate future, for 2023, what sorts of scientific advancements do you see on the brink of perhaps moving the needle? What are you keeping your eye on when it comes to scientific advancement? In a minute.
Look, it's very simple. I always say that the only thing I'm sure of in regard to predictions of the future is that they are wrong.
What are you keeping your eyes on, Dr. Kahel?
I think in the next 10 years, I'll say that. I think that gene editing will become a real treatment modality in patients.
In my perspective, the goal that neurogenesis, generation of new neurons in the brain, will be an acceptable concept that people take for granted and only ask how they can generate more neurons with that intervention as compared to the next intervention.
That's great. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for sharing your wisdom and insights with us. And please, a round of applause to our panel. Thank you. 10 seconds. Pleasure meeting you. You're a legend. I was so... And we come to our next panel now. Thank you very much for being here. I'm going to... Thank you. All right, so we have talked about what the future and what the present looks like when it comes to life sciences, when it comes to health, human discovery. Our next conversation is about decentralization. And what do we mean? How technology is allowing decentralized platforms and how they will allow us to solve global issues. So, to join me for this conversation, we have Kerem Alper, who is co-founder and CEO of NEOL, and Ben Nelson, chairman and CEO of Minerva Project. Please. Right. So, we're following on from a conversation that was really marked on health, but scientific discovery and technology. One theme that came up in the conversation was mindset and how we expect to live much longer, how we are going to manage in societies. Likewise, with mindset, you need to look at how the world is managed differently with decentralized platforms. Now, for somebody that works usually in geopolitics, when you talk about decentralization, I'm thinking federalism, decentralized authorities, devolution of power. But actually, decentralization, when we think about organizations and how we are setting up systems, is not too far from that. So, Kerem, I'm going to start with you. What do we mean when we're talking about decentralized platforms?
Sure. Thank you. And thanks, everyone, for coming. Without going into the technicalities of it, the way we envision, the way we think about a decentralized system is the difference between building a structure with pretty solid grounds and floors. On each floor, you know what's happening. There's a way to get in, there's a way to get out. There is significant rigidity in the system. And very unfortunately, I'm from Istanbul, I'm from Turkey, and as we've experienced over the past week and a half, rigid structures, when not done properly, are bound to collapse. Decentralization, on the other hand, promotes more of a garden metaphor. So cultivating a garden, rather than constructing a building, right? The verb is constructing, building, cultivating a garden. And what that means is building an ecosystem where seemingly disconnected, seemingly irrelevant even, components, whether it's plants, whether it's animals, insects, can come together in such a harmonious way. They have accountability towards each other, right? They need to make sure that system continues to evolve, continues to be strong and resilient. And they do their part. And as a result, we have a system that works in harmony and flourishes over time, and can withstand various challenges. So, anyways, didn't want to go into the more of the technicalities of what do we mean with blockchain or other systems. We don't even need to. I think it's, as you said, it's more of a mindset shift rather than a technological shift that we are talking about here. And so that's how we envision and how we imagine decentralization as NEOL, as well as the previous company I co-founded with my partner here, Engin Atelier, which is a community-powered platform. So these communities and decentralized systems have been part of our journey for quite many years.
Ben, when we talk about decentralization and the way Kerem differentiates between constructing a building and cultivating a garden, how do you see, Web3 platforms, blockchain, but also this moving into an era where trust is built in decentralized systems, where for those who are coming in from the outside, it feels like, but who's really responsible?
Right. Well, you know, I think this is kind of the fascinating thing that we're seeing in the Web3 world. On the one hand, you say, oh, you know, cryptocurrencies, the blockchain, it is meant to distribute authority. It's fail-safe. You've got all of these types of things built in. And then on the other hand, you see a collapse like FTX, which is one of the largest financial frauds in history. And it comes down to, I think, really three important components. Component number one is a technology in and of itself does nothing. A technology is an enabler, and you can implement it correctly, or you can implement it incorrectly, or you can do something in between. And so you have to understand that in order to have real transparency, you have to not only have the underlying infrastructure that enables it, but you actually have to create systems in place to ensure that transparency occurs and decentralization can be effective. So that's factor number one. Factor number two is nothing survives incentive. Incentive dominates everything. And so in order to ensure that a decentralized system can be effective, far more so than centralized controlled systems, you have to create incentive structures, not just at the end, but throughout the process that incentivize the kind of behaviors that decentralized systems will generate. And the third,
sorry, but I just want to pick you up just on that point about the incentives. So are we talking things like tokens? What are you thinking when you say, or are you incentivizing the people that are working in that? Elaborate a bit on the incentives.
I think you have to look at it top to bottom. So for example, think of the FTX situation, right? The FTX situation, the incentive structure was make as much money as humanly possible in a completely unregulated, free-for-all environment. The idea that FTX is the only fraud in the crypto world is absurd. It's full of fraud, right? Because the incentive structure is there to encourage people to take advantage of the system because they think they can get away with it. And there are many examples. The only woman on the FBI's top 10 most wanted list is somebody who is a cryptocurrency promoter who didn't bother issuing a cryptocurrency. She just said, let me just create my own serial numbers. It's not on the blockchain. And she built people out of billions of dollars in investments, but she had no incentive to actually.
So the purpose and the incentive.
That's right.
Okay, and your third point before we leave it?
And the third is the regulatory environment. And in the previous panel, Roger, who by the way was the first governor of the Minerva Academy, so has been along with me in this Minerva journey for more than a decade now, talked about the availability of these solutions, these health solutions all over the world, but the regulatory framework doesn't allow them to come forward. And the regulatory environment is more often than not one that encourages central planned the buildings as opposed to the ecosystems. And a little example, if you look historically, I come from the world of education. And in the world of education, if you look at the 19th century, 40 of the top 50 universities in the world were in Germany. Today, none out of the top 50 universities in the world are in Germany, and that's been the case for a long time. Germany is a highly centrally controlled environment. Build great universities, don't withstand the test of time, right? They inevitably are fragile in their perspective. The United States, which became to dominate the higher education landscape in the 20th century, had the exact opposite approach. Accreditation was really distributed down to various regions and then really to the institution, and created a framework that said, hey, you tell us what is it that you're trying to achieve, and then so long as you technically achieve it, then we will let you operate. And that enabled a massively interesting competitive environment in the 20th century. In the 21st century, that system is also starting to show its wear, primarily because the accreditation system has stopped looking at outcomes.
Right.
And what we're doing at Minerva is we're trying to create an ecosystem, actually that was anchored here in the UAE with Zayed University, which was the first institution that adopted a wholesale reform for interdisciplinary learning in the world. And we create these bespoke opportunities that are fit for purpose, but that share this kind of ecosystem that makes them more and more powerful.
But they have to have a backbone of an institution that you trust.
Correct.
So, for example, Minerva with Zayed, because Zayed has a history, people know what it is and so forth. But it also means, and Karim, I want to ask you about this, is that there are those institutions that have a knowledge, a history, you know, be it a consulting firm that has a very strong name, and so people feel like I can trust them. I know what they're doing. They have a track record.
Yeah.
So how do you tackle the fact that people want to see a track record that they know, and they also want to preserve what they know? So there's that. If we're talking about mindset, there's that struggle. How do you convince them?
So what we are building with NEOL is a decentralized, community-powered. More than, I think we can forget about the whole decentralization, crypto parts of it, but really a community-powered version of a talent network, right? And really, when you think about what a consultancy, any company brings to the table is a few things. One is a track record, but what is a track record? Is the track record of all the individuals that are part of that organization, right? When you work with a McKinsey-like company, you know, they say, you know, we've done a similar type of work elsewhere in the world. Well, guess what? There's a bunch of people who did that work somewhere else in the world. So those individuals are the ones that actually hold that track record.
Right. It's the brain trust.
It's the brain trust, exactly. If you think about a system like a school or a learning mechanism, it's the mentor-mentee relationship, right? It can be happening under the umbrella of the system, or it can be happening in a decentralized setting. Because once again, the mentor is bringing their own credibility, their own background, their own passions, their own values into that system. Whether they are under X or Y, or they are in a part of a network or of a community, it's the same. When we think about, you know, how do I go after a challenge that is far above and beyond my own reach, right? I need a team around me. So I need to be able to trust other people. I need to be able to bring other voices into the conversation. The kinds of challenges that are fed to these organizations today, from the climate crisis to the food crisis to mental health to other things, cannot be solved by buildings, right? By those structures where, you know, information and know-how and intelligence is within the boundaries of the system. However, we believe they can actually be tackled if the right platform exists, which is what we are building with NEOL. They can be tackled by the individuals who are passionate about the challenge, who have the expertise, who are willing to go out of their way to find the people and bring them into the conversation, find the organizations and bring them into the conversation to solve and tackle some of these mega challenges that aren't here for a few years, right? Food crisis isn't a challenge that you do a 3-month project on and then you move on, right? Climate crisis is going to be with us for the rest of our lives at least. It's not going to be something we solve in 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 100 years. So building these systems of coming together in unique, novel ways, with structures, of course. I am talking about structures of bringing these people together, and how are we actually, you know, innovating on those, to me, is the only way forward.
And maybe just to build on that point, which is really important, because something is decentralized, it doesn't mean it's chaos, right? It's decentralization isn't about, oh, okay, now you let people do whatever they want and all the rest. You need that infrastructure. You need those structures. Exactly, and accountability. So both from the underlying enabling technology, the incentive structures that you build towards, right, that are natural, and the regulatory framework, you have to have that environment to enable decentralized systems to thrive.
And to the point you made about transparency, and so that the systems are there, but also transparent, and people can see it to trust it.
And shared values, like Minerva, I think, is a great example of, to me, I've been telling Ben, I've been following Minerva from the very early days. And how do we build these systems? When you think about that building, right? When people walk into that building and out of that building, are they really going in with shared values and walking out with shared values? Some maybe, some maybe not. Some may not even know what the shared values are, right, in that system. Whereas when you start to think about these more distributed, community-powered, decentralized thinking systems, shared values have to be at the core. And that's what drives transparency, that's what drives accountability, that's what drives diversity, inclusion, and all the other things.
But I want to pick up, yes, I agree on shared values, but you also need a culture of an institution or a group or so forth. So building that culture also requires that you're joining something. If you're new, because what I'm thinking about is, and I want to pick up on the theme of you bring people who have expertise in this, who have a track record. But when you're a fresh graduate or somebody who's 18 looking for a job, you don't have that. So you get the experience and you get the so-called kudos by attaching yourself to an institution. How would you respond to that?
Once again, what's the difference between you attaching yourself to an institution where, let's say, you have 3 people that you report to or that you work with, versus attaching yourself to a network where, again, there's 3 incredible people in the network that are looking out for you, that are your mentors, that are responsible for your future path, that are responsible for identifying with you what kind of projects you are a great fit for, that help you get to that next phase of your life. I believe we can deconstruct a lot of, and by the way, I'm a believer in organizations. I'm a believer in all the ways these organizations have evolved to what they are. My big provocation is, how can we deconstruct certain elements in them, like, for example, bringing a young voice into a company, into an organization, and giving them the roadmap that they deserve. How do we do that in a talent network? How do we do that in a decentralized network? Well, then it comes to incentives. If I'm responsible for someone young's journey, then the incentive mechanism should be, if they go out and do amazing things, how do I benefit from it, right? I still send thank you notes to some of my professors in school, and that's my thank you to them. If there was an incentive mechanism built, let's say, at Stanford that said, if Kerem is about to go do X, Y, Z and change the world, you as the professors who have brought him to where he is, you get this. It might be financial, it might be just recognition, it might be anything. Right now it's a postcard. Right? That's what they receive.
Best.
At best.
At best.
Or an email, yeah, a phone call, a WhatsApp message every now and then. So thinking about all these granular ways of thinking about these systems is, so it's not easy. You have to, when you deconstruct, it's like deconstructing an entire, a car. What kind of thing you're going to build with it. But it's fun, and we believe that's where the future is headed.
I like that you use the term deconstruct rather than disrupt, because most people think disruptors are just coming to mess about with what we're doing.
No, there's so much to learn from systems that are centralized, that have done great things, that have built, technologies and solutions and next system thinking. They have opened up the way to this. But I do believe we are in the beginning of an era where people are really following their own heart and gut and souls, and we just need to open up the pathway for those.
And Ben, it's interesting because the conversation is so human-centric, and yet most people will think, no, this is technology disrupting our lives, and it's actually taking away the human touch. So if we talk about, for example, Minerva's example, it really is about the people and the students and the educators. But from the outside, it may appear, well, actually, it just means we're doing everything online and there's no human interaction.
Yeah, I mean, I think that when we wrote a book a few years ago about Minerva and how we built it and all the rest, and when it came time to give the book a title, I of course wanted to be more radical, and the publisher didn't like that. But we settled on a moniker I came up with which was Building the Intentional University. Nothing works without intentionality. And intentionality is fundamentally human. And if you think about a technology as the driver of a process, or even data. You know, people talk about being data-driven. We are proudly not data-driven. We're mission-driven. We're data-informed. Right? You have to be informed by the data. You have to be informed by the technology. You have to be informed by the incentive structure. You have to be informed by the regulatory environment. But you have to be driven by purpose and intention. And once you do that, and once you anchor to mission, once you anchor to the goal that you're trying to get to, then building systems that look different, that are more resilient, that are more effective is second nature.
Can I ask what you wanted to call the book?
I wanted it to be called Reformation. And they were worried that it would be a religious text. And I explained to them it is a religious text.
Okay. Well, you know, I think the Intentional University is a good title. Karim, last words as we wrap up here. You mentioned climate, and you mentioned complex problems that need to have an ecosystem of working with it. Do you see what you're building and what you're trying to work on as creating a new ecosystem, a new realm, or reforming from within?
Both. One, as I said, I do believe in existing structures and their use cases. And so many of our partners, clients, are actually organizations that are within buildings, to go back to the metaphor. And we need those very much. We need to embed a new mindset in them so that they trust these more seemingly unstructured, but actually quite structured systems. Because at the end of the day, once again, who is in that room, you know, delivers everything, right? So if we can have the right group of people in the room with the right background, with the right mindset, with the right ambition, we believe we can make the kind of impact that is impossible by some of the legacy systems. But we do need the legacy systems to be partners along the journey.
Legacy institutions have a choice. They either embrace the reforms that keep them relevant and at the forefront, or then they will be disrupted by those that do.
Thank you. Well, thank you both for your insights. Thank you for your time, and thank you all for attending. Please, some appreciation for our speakers. Thank you. Okay, yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel discussion is titled Hosting Major Events, an Arab Success Story. This session is moderated by Raya Ramal from Dubai Media Incorporated. Please note that this session will be in Arabic. Kindly use your headsets for instant interpretation.
مساء الخير. اليوم قصة نجاح نتحدث عنها نختصرها بالأرقام لأن الأرقام لا تكذب. في 26 من يناير من العام الجاري من دبي تحديداً قال سعادة ناصر الخاطر الرئيس التنفيذي لبطولة كأس العالم فيفا قطر 2022: تخيل أن تسجل 80 مليون طلب شراء على 3 ملايين تذكرة. وفي 31 من مارس من عام 2022 مع ختام إكسبو دبي 2020 تحدث المنظمون وفي مقدمهم المدير التنفيذي لمكتب المفوض العام لإكسبو 2020 دبي نجيب محمد العلي عن أن 24 مليون و100,2967 زائراً حضروا المعرض الدولي قادمين من 192 دولة. إنجازات تشعرنا بالفخر والاعتزاز لنجاحات عالمية ببصمة عربية يروي قصتها اليوم ناصر الخاطر الرئيس التنفيذي لبطولة كأس العالم فيفا قطر 2022 ونجيب محمد العلي المدير التنفيذي لمكتب المفوض العام لإكسبو 2020 دبي. أبدأ معك سيد نجيب. إكسبو دبي خلق تحدياً كبيراً للدول التي ستنظمه مستقبلاً. ما هي أبرز عوامل النجاح التي جعلت من إكسبو رقماً صعباً؟
شكراً لأخت راية. قبل تقريباً 10 سنوات سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم كان واضح بالنسبة لتوجيهاته لمشروع إكسبو 2020. فنحن يوم بدينا طرقنا على مواضيع مختلفة مع الشيخ. بشرح لكم أو بتكلم عن 3 نقاط أساسية، وهاي يعني خلى في بالنا ان نحن هاي قبل تقريبا 11 سنه نحن كفريق عمل لين الحين كنا نحاول نعرف شو يعني اكسبو. سمو الشيخ كان يقولنا ان مرحله اكسبو في دوله الامارات لابد ان تكون استثنائيه. الشيء الثاني اللي قالها لابد ان الشباب الجيل الثاني يستفيدون من هالمعرض العظيم. الشيء الثالث ان هذا الاكسبو لابد انه يكون فيه ارث، ما يكون موضوع أو مشروع ل6 شهور، لابد أنه يكون في أشياء ما بعد إكسبو. وإذا سمحتي لي بعطيكم أمثلة على هاي ال3 أشياء الأساسية. كإكسبو استثنائي تكلمتي الأختراية عن الزيارات في إكسبو 24 مليون و100 ألف تقريبا. هاي الزيارات أقدر أقول لكم أنه مو بأكبر رقم عالميا، بس يمكن الشيء اللي كان يميزنا اللي هو من وين يو هذيل الضيوف. عندنا تقريبا 40% 30 إلى 40% من زوارنا يوم من خارج الدولة، وهذا الشيء مميز لأن عادة يكون ما بين 5 إلى 10 بالكثير 15% من خارج الدولة. فنتكلم عن معرض إكسبو فعلا معرض عالمي. بس الشيء الأهم من الزيارات طبعا كانت موضوع المشاركات. نحن كان عندنا 192 دولة مشاركة ويانا في إكسبو 2020 و14 منظمة عالمية. هاي الأرقام أكثر أرقام حصلناها، 192 دولة ما حد حصلها من 1851 أول معرض استوى في لندن. فهذا فعلا استثنائي لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. الشيء الثاني بالنسبة للشباب، الشباب بتطرق على موضوع أو مشروع المدارس أو برنامج إكسبو للمدارس. نحن في بداية مسيرتنا كنا نتكلم عن كيف نقدر نستقطب جميع الطلبة اللي موجودين في الدولة. ويا هالبرنامج اشتغلنا على الموضوع وحصلنا آخر شيء 1 مليون من طلبة المدارس اللي موجودين في الدولة من خارج الدولة إلى إكسبو 2020. يمكن آخر مثال بعطيه بالنسبة للشباب، موضوع التطوع أو برنامج التطوع اللي كان عندنا في إكسبو 2020. حصلنا 30,000 متطوع، مو بأكبر رقم، بس نفس الشيء كانوا المتطوعين اللي موجودين ويانا من 135 دولة. فعلا برنامج تطوعي عالمي استثنائي. يمكن الشيء الثالث اللي أقدر أتكلم عنه موضوع الإرث. يوم نتكلم عن الإرث من بدايات مسيرتنا سيدي صاحب الشموس الشيخ محمد قال إن اختيار المكان مهم. المقر اللي كان فيه الإكسبو، واختار من المكان اللي استوى فيه الإكسبو اللي هو الإكستنشن لإمارة دبي، المكان اللي فعلا اليوم نحصل فيها مو بس إكسبو، منطقة دبي ساوث، المطار الجديد في إمارة دبي، وحين تشوف في ديفلوبمنتس جديدة في المنطقة، إن هاي المنطقة الجديدة لإمارة دبي. ويمكن إذا سمحتوا لي، صح أني طولت شوية الاختراية، إذا سمحتوا لي يمكن أتكلم أو أطري شيء فعلا كان استثنائي في إكسبو 2020 اللي هو المفوض العام، اللي هو الشيخ نهيان بن مبارك آل نهيان. الشيخ نهيان كان موجود ويانا يمكن كل يوم في الأعياد الوطنية الافتراضية، يعني يمكن ما في يوم ما قال إن أنا ما بكون موجود. بالإضافة إنه كان موجود ويانا في أرض الواقع في المنطقة، فعلا يكلم الضيوف اللي جايين من العالم، المواطنين اللي من الدولة، ففعلا خلق جو جميل جدا. شكرا.
طبعا أيضا كأس العالم في قطر أثلج قلوب العرب جميعا بالنجاح الذي حققوه. بحسب شبكة BBC هو أفضل كأس عالم في القرن ال21. ما الذي جعل منه هذا كأس العالم بكل هذا النجاح؟
شكرا لك اختي ريا. ومثل ما قال اخوي نجيب، كثير من النجاحات اللي كانت موجودة في إكسبو 2020 مفاصلها تقريبا موجودة عندنا في كأس العالم 2022، منها مشاركة المجتمع، منها برنامج المتطوعين. طبعا كان أكبر برنامج للمتطوعين في تاريخ كؤوس العالم، كان في 500,000 طلب، ومنهم للأسف قدرنا نختار فقط 20,000، 3,000 منهم من ضمن البرنامج المتطوعين الدولي اللي أتوا من خارج دولة قطر، أثروا بشكل كبير في البطولة، وأيضا كانوا سبب نجاح للبطولة. مشاركة المجتمع حسس الناس في الدولة أن هذه بطولة ملك الجميع، الكل ساهم فيها، إن كان القطاع الخاص، إن كان الدعم اللامحدود من الدولة. ولكن من بداية استضافة قطر لبطولة كأس العالم من 2009 عندما قدمنا الملف كنا دائما نقول أن هذه البطولة تمثل كل العرب، وهذه بطولة العرب. فلمسنا خاصة الانتقاد اللي جانا من الغرب، من المنظمات ومن الجهات الإعلامية في الغرب، أتوقع خلت كل عربي يحس أن هذه البطولة بطولته ولازم تنجح، ولازم تكون مثال أن العرب قادرين على استضافة بطولة مثل بطولة كأس العالم وأي حدث آخر مثل ما صار في إكسبو 2020 بمستوى عال، ويمكن نقدر نتكلم بمستوى أعلى من أي بطولة سابقة، مثل ما احنا متأكدين أن إكسبو كان أفضل من أي نسخة سابقة. والبطولة بطولة كأس العالم 2022 وإكسبو راح تكون مثال صعب لأي دولة أخرى راح تستضيف أحداث مثل هذه الأحداث في المستقبل. طبعا نقدر نتكلم على الأشياء مسببات النجاح الأخرى. طبعا لا شك كرة القدم والمستوى الفني لكرة القدم كانت من أهم أسباب نجاح هذه البطولة، ولكن أيضا الرؤية اللي كانت موضوعة من البداية اللي هي كانت تركز على تجربة المشجع بالدرجة الأولى. صغر مساحة قطر كانت عامل أساسي في نجاح البطولة، كون الجماهير كلها كانت متجمعة في منطقة واحدة. احنا شفنا بطولات السابقة في البرازيل أو في روسيا أو في جنوب أفريقيا كانوا الجمهور متوزع على مدينة إلى أخرى، وكل مدينة تبعد ساعات بالطيارة، فخلقت جو كرنفالي، جو احتفالي كبير. سلاسة التنقل، سلاسة الدخول والخروج من الملعب، الفعاليات اللي كانت موجودة كلها ساهمت في إنجاح هذه البطولة. مثل ما قلنا أيضا أتوقع العامل النفسي كان في انتقادات كبيرة من بداية ترشح قطر للملف، وخاصة في آخر شهر أو شهرين قبل بدء البطولة كان في إحساس كبير أن في تربص من الجهات الإعلامية ومنظمات دولية من الغرب خاصة كانت تتمنى إفشال هذه البطولة.
لم تنجح.
لم تنجح الحمد لله.
الحمد لله. ونحن اليوم على منبر القمة العالمية للحكومات، استشراف مستقبل الحكومات، الحديث عن الاستدامة. هذا العام الإمارات تعيش عام الاستدامة، وبعد أشهر قليلة نحن على موعد ما حدث كوب 28. تجربة إكسبو في موضوع الاستدامة كيف هي؟
طبعا نحن بداية فخورين في استضافة كوب 28 في مدينة إكسبو لدبي، ونقدر نصنف استخدام نفس البنية التحتية لفعاليتين عالميتين اللي هي الإكسبو وكوب 28 يمكن يكون إنجاز لدولة الإمارات. يعني يمكن تشوفون أنه موضوع بسيط، بس هذا عادة ما يستوي. ومن موضوع الاستدامة أو من موقف الاستدامة هذا شيء جدا جميل بالنسبة للبنية التحتية، لأن عادة اللي تستوي في بعض الأحداث العالمية ما بعد الحدث يكون المكان يعني شبه مهجور، ما فيها ناس، ما فيها اكتيفيتيز. فنحن من جهتنا غيرنا الموضوع وقلنا لا، من طرف واحد عندنا الكوب 28 إن شاء الله على نهاية السنة، والشيء الثاني اللي هو إعادة افتتاح الموقع. نحن من الأشياء اللي كنا نلاحظها أن طبعا المجتمع والضيوف اللي يونا في إكسبو 2020 كانوا يبغون يرجعون، ونحن نقدر نقول ما سكرنا السايت، ان في بعض الاجزاء او المناطق المعنيه في اكسبو تمت مفتوحه. كسبيل المثال عندنا 5 أجنحة اللي كانت معنيه باكسبو 2020 اللي هو جناح الرؤيه لسيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد، جناح التنقل، الاستدامه، جناح المراه، وقبل تقريبا 4 أسابيع فتحنا سلسله اجنحه ارث الامم في اكسبو 2020. وفي هاي الاجنحه نحن حصلنا ما يقارب إلى 300,000 زيارة في الأشهر القليلة اللي فاتت. فهذا يعني أن نقول المكان مفتوح، هذا غير عن الجمهور اللي يجونا المناطق المفتوحة، الفعاليات اللي تجينا. فالحمد لله المكان مفتوح، والمكان مثل ما هو أكتف من اليوم اللي نحن سكرنا فيها أبواب إكسبو 2020. يمكن آخر شيء أقدر أقولها في موضوع الاستدامة اللي هي المباني الخضراء، الجرين بيلدينجز. نحن السايت اللي موجود عندنا في مدينة إكسبو عندنا 123 بناية مصنفة تحت الستاندرد مال الليد اورجنايزيشن، ان كانت البنايات بلاتينيوم، ذهبية او فضية. فهذه بعد تعتبر ان من اكثر المواقع المعنية بالاحداث العالمية استدامة.
نعم. قطر كان لها ايضا تجربة رائدة في مجال اعادة فك واستخدام الملاعب مرة جديدة. سيد ناصر، أخبرنا عن مسألة الاستدامة بشقيها البيئي والاجتماعي في حدث كأس العالم.
طبعا بما يخص الاستدامة في كأس العالم قطر 2022، الاستدامة من أهم الركائز في رؤية قطر 2030. طبعا الاستدامة مثل ما قلت أخت ريا، دائما الواحد يفكر في البيئة لما يتكلم عن الاستدامة، لكن أيضا في استدامة اجتماعية وبشرية واقتصادية. فاحنا حطينا هدف ان كاس العالم تخدم مصلحه رؤيه 2030 وتقدم الدعم لوصول للرؤيه. اذا نتكلم على الاستدامه البيئيه، احنا انا يمكن هني اختلف مع اخوي نجيب لو تسمح لي. درسنا احنا معايير ليد للبناء، شفنا ان معايير ليد تخدم الدول البارده نسبيا مثل اوروبا وامريكا الشماليه. فاستحدثنا النظام اسمه الجيساس اللي هو Global Sustainability Assessment Standards، اللي هو يركز على المناخ اللي موجود عندنا في الخليج والدول العربية، اللي هي تكون حارة، فيها رطوبة، تعتمد على العوازل الحرارية بشكل كبير وتعتمد على التكييف بشكل كبير. فكيف احنا ممكن نقلل انبعاثات الكربون من ناحية البناء باستخدام معايير جيساس؟ كيف ان احنا نقدر نقلل الاعتماد على الطاقة في هذه المباني، وايضا كيف نعزل احنا الحراره خارج المبنى ونقدر احنا نحتفظ بالبروده داخل المبنى. وايضا ارتفاع تكلفه تحليه المياه عندنا ايضا تحتم علينا في ترشيد استخدام المياه، وهذه يمكن المعايير موجوده ويتم التركيز عليها في معايير جيساس. فاذا نتكلم ان كل الاستادات بنيت بنظام جيساس، تم اعتمادها من الفيفا في 2013، وهذه المعايير الحين موجودة للاستخدام والاستفادة منها للدول اللي يعني عندها مناخات مقاربة للمناخ الخليجي. عندنا أيضا الإرث البشري، كان بالنسبة لنا تحدي كبير أن احنا نشارك جميع فئات المجتمع في هذه البطولة، فكنا احنا نبغي إذا نشوفها من الناحية البشرية أو الاقتصادية، رواد الأعمال اللي موجودين في قطر كان في يعني كنا احنا نبغي نعتمد عليهم انهم يخدمون ويسعون، وشفنا ان كان لهم بصمه واضحه في من خلال البطوله ايضا. وطبعا التحدي اللي احنا نعاني منه في الخليج هنا، احنا كان عندنا ملف العمال، احنا كنا عارفين انه راح يكون ملف شائك، ولكن احنا قدرنا خلال ال 13 سنه ان احنا نغير من معايير العمال اللي موجوده في الدوله، وايضا غيرنا من كثير من الامور اللي هي اصبحت يعني رجعت بالفائده علينا حقيقه، لان شفنا الانتاجيه زادت ايضا من ناحيه العماله اللي موجوده في قطر. يعني انا شايف الوقت خلص، فراح اوقف.
لا، راح اسال سؤال سريع لانه مهم نحكي فيه ايضا في استشراف مستقبل الحكومات، هو موضوع المرونه في التعاطي مع الازمات. وكلاكما في الحدثين كانت هناك جائحه كوفيد اعاقت الكثير من المخططات. اكسبو 2020 كان اول حدث حضور جماهيري بهذا الحجم بعد الجائحه.
طبعا المرونة كانت مثل ما نقول نمط حياة بالنسبة لفريق عمل اكسبو 2020. الحقيقة كانت أن كوفيد موجود، وكان لابد أن نحن الاستراتيجية موجودة، بس عملياتنا ممكن تتغير، ما بقول أسبوعيا، خلال الحدث نحن يوميا يمكن نغير أشياء. يمكن بعطيكم مثال بسيط عن الأشياء اللي نحن سويناها إن كان في وقت الحدث أو ما قبل الحدث. كفاءة استمرارية المشاركين كان من المواضيع الأساسية. مثل ما قلنا 192 دولة كانت موجودة. أنتم تخيلوا هاك الوقت أول سنة في كوفيد عندهم مشاكل اقتصادية في العالم، بعض الحكومات العالمية عندهم مشاكل ميزانية، ونحن نفس الوقت جيناهم وقلنا لهم ترى نحن أجلنا المعرض للسنة، فنحن نقول لهم ترى أنتم عندكم نيو بادجت لازم تصرفونه على موظفينكم وغيرها. وهاي فهاك الوقت كان جدا صعب. بالإضافة طبعا موضوع الخطوط الطيران، مو بكل الطيران كان شغال، بعض الدول كان جدا صعب أن يوصلون إلى دولة الإمارات. وفي طبعا موضوع العرقلة اللوجستية خاصة للدول اللي كانوا لين حين يبنون أجنحتهم. يمكن تتذكرون كانت في بواخر واقفة في الصين ما تطلع. فكل هاي المواضيع خلت أن فريق العمل إن لابد أن نشتغل وياهم كل دولة على صوب، كيف نقدر نحل التحديات اللي عندهم على أساس نقدر نجيبهم في الوقت المحدد. والحمد لله آخر مسيرتنا كنا 192 دولة وخلينا كل الدول الحمد لله موجودين في إكسبو خلال الحدث.
نعم سيد ناصر.
باختصار الكوفيد فعلا كان تحدي كبير على جميع المجالات، وأيضا المجال الرياضي أيضا عانى من جائحة كورونا. شفنا أن أوقفت دوريات كثيرة، بطولات كثيرة. طبعا كأس العالم كان في تخوف كبير انه يمكن انه راح يتأجل بسبب جائحة كورونا، لكن احنا نعرف ان تحديات تأجيل كأس العالم صعبة، كون ان دوريات الدولية موجودة، بطولات عالمية موجودة. فكنا نتمنى يعني ان هي تكون اول بطولة تكون خالية من او اول بطولة بعد جائحة كورونا، والحمد لله احنا وصلنا لهذه الدرجة. لكن قطر كانت اول دولة ترجع الجماهير الى الملاعب. وضعنا احنا معايير ووضعنا دليل ارشادات لاقامه البطولات مع جائحه كورونا، والحمد لله كانت ناجحه، تم استخدامها من الاتحاد الدولي لكره القدم، وايضا الاي او سي اللي هو الاتحاد الاولمبي الدولي العالمي، فهم استخدموا ايضا لبعض البطولات. وقبل لا نختم، يمكن احنا ما كان عندنا فرصة ان نبارك لدولة الامارات ودبي على نجاح اكسبو 2020، وايضا نتمنى ايضا نجاح الفعاليات والبطولات والاحداث اللي في المستقبل ان شاء الله.
شكرا. طبعا كما بدأت قصة نجاح نفخر بها جميعا، بصمة عربية وصلت للعالمية. شكرا لكما ناصر الخاطر الرئيس التنفيذي لبطولة كأس العالم فيفا قطر 2022، ونجيب محمد العالي المدير التنفيذي لمكتب المفوض العام لإكسبو 2020 دبي. شكرا لكما، شكرا للحضور الكريم.
الحضور الكريم، نستمع الآن لكلمة رئيسية لفخامة جوكو ويدودو رئيس جمهورية أندونيسيا.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next address is from His Excellency Joko Widodo, President of the Republic of Indonesia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang saya hormati, Yang Mulia Presiden Persatuan Emirat Arab, Syekh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Yang Mulia Perdana Menteri Persatuan Emirat Arab, Syekh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, delegasi dan peserta World Governance Summit, hadirin dan undangan yang berbahagia. Pandemi COVID-19 telah memberikan pelajaran yang luar biasa bagi dunia dan sekaligus memperingatkan kita semua agar dunia lebih kokoh dan lebih mampu dalam menghadapi semua tantangan. Governance di tingkat global, kawasan, dan nasional harus melakukan banyak penyesuaian untuk membangun post-pandemic governance. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, 3 tahun yang lalu di awal pandemi, dunia seakan tidak berdaya. Bukan hanya negara berpenghasilan rendah dan menengah yang kesulitan, negara berpenghasilan tinggi pun tidak siap menghadapinya. Kita memetik banyak pelajaran dari tantangan yang kita hadapi dalam 3 tahun terakhir ini. Yang pertama, dalam dunia yang saling terhubung dan saling tergantung, tidak ada lagi keselamatan sendiri. Yang ada adalah keselamatan bersama. Tidak ada sepenuhnya yang bisa aman jika masih ada yang lain yang tidak aman. Oleh karena itu, agenda keselamatan bersama harus diprioritaskan oleh semua negara. Konsekuensinya, yang kedua, multilateralisme menjadi sangat mendesak untuk diperkuat dalam menyelamatkan dan membangun dunia. Masalah yang kita hadapi tidak sepenuhnya bisa dikotak-kotakkan. Artinya, solusi dunia juga tidak bisa dikotak-kotakkan. Tetapi faktanya saat ini, dunia terbagi tegas dalam beberapa blok. Hal inilah yang menjadi tantangan besar dunia saat ini yang harus dipecahkan. Blok-blok keras antar adik kuasa harus segera dihentikan. Yang ketiga, penanganan masalah kemanusiaan tidak bisa dikotak-kotakkan berdasarkan blok-blok politik dunia. Jangan terulang lagi vaksin, alkes, dan obat-obatan dikaitkan dengan blocking politik. Jika terpaksa blok politik tidak bisa dihindari, maka blocking politik harus ditinggalkan dalam penanganan masalah kemanusiaan. Yang keempat, ketimpangan antar negara telah mempersulit penanganan masalah bersama. Ketimpangan kapasitas finansial, ketimpangan teknologi, ketimpangan SDM, ketimpangan industri telah terbukti menjadi kendala dalam penanganan krisis global. Ketimpangan dalam cadangan pangan, ketimpangan dalam cadangan energi, ketimpangan dalam industri manufaktur juga harus diperkecil. Post-pandemi governance harus memprioritaskan pemerataan dan kesetaraan. Yang kelima, konflik terbuka yang diikuti dengan perang sangat tidak bisa dibenarkan. Tidak pernah terbayangkan bahwa perang terbuka bisa terjadi di abad 21 ini. Tapi kenyataannya itu terjadi. Oleh karena itu, isu perdamaian, toleransi, kerjasama harus menjadi agenda permanen di semua level kepemerintahan, baik di tingkat global, baik di tingkat kawasan maupun nasional, baik di antara pemerintah maupun antar komponen masyarakat, toleransi antar etnis, antar agama harus menjadi agenda permanen kita semua. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, saya sangat mengharapkan World Governance Summit ini akan menghasilkan banyak pemikiran, agenda aksi dan inovasi dalam menyelesaikan masalah dunia. Sayangnya perkembangan teknologi tidak selalu identik dengan upaya menuju dunia maju bersama. Dalam beberapa hal, kemajuan teknologi justru memicu ketimpangan dan ketidakadilan. Kita harus mengawal agar perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi yang sangat pesat menghasilkan kesetaraan, menghasilkan kemajuan bersama, bukan sebaliknya. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
نشكر فخامة جوكو ويدودو رئيس جمهورية أندونيسيا على هذه الكلمة الرئيسية.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this main address. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled Digital Enterprises, Building a Tech-Enabled World with Miki Mikitani, Chairman and CEO of Rakuten Group. This session is moderated by Manas Krani from Bloomberg.
Shall we stand up too?
Maybe. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, this is when technology sometimes just doesn't behave perfectly. Apologies for our late arrival. We were just using AI. You know who my guest is. He's one of the founders of one of the biggest companies in Japan and globally. So it's a pleasure to begin this conversation with Miki. Miki, ironically, we were just using AI on one of your platforms on Viber just before we came on. How many Nobel Prize winners are there in Japan versus Ireland? But we will come back to that question in just a moment. Yeah. Give our audience just a perspective. You said to me, Manas, to join Rakuten is probably one of the hardest companies in the world now to get a job inside Japan, and one of the most sought after. Why? What makes you a digital excellence, a destination for Gen Z?
Well, definitely, Japan has been enjoying its manufacturing excellency. We have been making good products like a Toyota or Sony, or some materials. But now the world is going through this transformation. Everything is going to change. And Japan has been very, very consistent, quality, quality, quality. But it's now time we have to change. Not only retail, but also everything will be transformed. And we are the believer, we are the trailblazer of the transformation. We are very global. For example, internal communication language of Rakuten, I changed from Japanese to English 9 years ago. There was a huge, criticism against us when I said, Mikitani is crazy. All these big CEOs attack me. This is going to completely fail. But we are not afraid of making a mistake. We are the challenger. We are entrepreneurs. So that's why all these young, talented people wanted to join Rakuten.
You don't strike me as a billionaire that's crazy. That's one of the joys of meeting people that are entrepreneurs. When we're here to talk to this audience about digital transformation and what it can do for businesses. You run multiple businesses from e-commerce to football to fintech. Where is transformation, digital transformation, most accelerated right now?
Well, everything is changing, right? Obviously, the fintech, the fiat currency, the printed bills and coins will disappear sooner or later. The AI will basically take over many, many things, whether you like it or not. Obviously, when you're talking about e-commerce, it's not just about buying online. All these in-store experience will be digitized. And one of the big projects we're working on is really transforming a wireless network, which is going to be very, very important. The smartphones, your wearable devices, it is not going to be just a device to talk or messaging. It is going to become part of your brain. It is becoming your self-publishing platform. So it is probably one of the most important things for many, many people, I think.
I mean, the zeitgeist at the moment is people are obsessed with ChatGPT, with AI. It's probably one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal. You and I have just used your AI. The infancy of AI within Rakuten is within Viber. What do you think AI will do for you? What are we not getting in this audience at the moment?
Well, obviously, when we talk about ChatGPT, the format is very different from what we thought, right?
Yeah.
It is very conversational. It's not like search on Google. You talk with your smartphone, and then smartphone will give you the answer, like what human would explain to you. So the interface is going to be more natural, right? So that's very important. And then many people think, okay, now university students, they don't need to write essay anymore because ChatGPT will write your essay. But this is already happening. Maybe some of you don't know, but your kids are doing this, so whether you like it or not. And they are very clever. They're saying, okay, I don't want my professor to know I am using ChatGPT. So I was talking to one, Japanese-Chinese girl yesterday, and she said she's gonna do this question on Google AI or ChatGPT in Japanese and get the answer, and then translate it into Chinese with a computer, and then they will not know whether they use ChatGPT or not. So kids are getting very, very smart about this.
I think what you've got to be confident is that ChatGPT didn't create the questions for the next 10 minutes and then create something which we're both unsure about. When you set out on this vision to create Rakuten, you said that you had a social idea. You look around your peers now, and some of them are retiring. Are you still full of ambition and drive to step up Rakuten? You're more involved in the telecoms business now. Are you anywhere near retirement?
Well, when I started the business, I kind of pledged when our transaction volume reached to $10 billion, I am going to retire. Now our transaction volume is over like almost $300 billion US globally. But I have two big projects, moonshots in our hand. One is transform wireless connectivity. Why? Because you have your smartphone, but it is connected to your wireless network. And wireless network has been and still is dominated by legacy hardwares. Either it's a Huawei or Samsung or Ericsson or Nokia. And this is wrong, in my opinion. It has to become something like more or less like a Wi-Fi, and it has to be cheaper because so much money are taken by wireless connectivity companies because it's so legacy.
But you would say it's about virtualization. So
Yeah.
in other words, it's beyond the handset in our hands.
Yes.
So just explain what you mean by virtualization.
Okay. So I used to be a banker, right? Commercial banker. And 25 years ago, many people told me, you cannot do banking service on Unix server. It has to be a mainframe, big computer. Now I have the biggest online bank in Asia, maybe, like with 40 million accounts, and everything is working on Unix. Everything IT platform has been formed and becoming more software-oriented, more crowd-oriented. But the one big sector which has not gone through this is telecom and wireless. And why is that? Is because the industry is oligopolized by 4 or 5 players, and there is no incentive to move it that way, right? If you think about internet platform, it's a crowd. Either it's a AWS or Google Cloud or Microsoft Azure. Everything is moving to the cloud. But this is not happening for the mobile industry. So we questioned why. And then we were crazy enough to take this challenge 4 years ago. And I think because of Rakuten, now industries started to talk about open radio access network. Everybody thought this is kind of a joke 5 years ago. When I talk with the big CEOs, big telecom companies, hey, good luck, Mickey, you're going to fail. But fortunately, more than 400,000 radios are connected to our network in Japan on the virtualized network. So this is the future. Obviously, device algorithm like ChatGPT is important, but we have to re-optimize wireless network, and the future of wireless network is going to be virtualized. Virtualized meaning it will be working as if it's internet and working on the software.
The technology industry is having a rough time at the moment, and that's a very broad term in terms of developers, in terms of people involved in that industry being let go, and job losses. Do you see that as an opportunity for you to pick up talent that can help you grow the telecoms and the tech business, the tech side, the pure tech side of Rakuten?
Yeah, we are seeing many people joining from big hyperscalers like Google, Amazon, because we are different. And what is most important is the data, not the quantity of data, but the quality of data. We're the biggest e-commerce company in Japan. Mm-hmm. We are the biggest credit card company in Japan. We are the biggest travel agency in Japan. We are the biggest online brokerage firm, and almost 1/3 of Japanese people come to our website and do some transactions. So we have online data and offline data. So this is the unique of a set of data. And whenever you talk about AI or data science, you have to have good data. And we have a very good data, which is very, very attractive, thing for these super intelligent data scientists and AI engineers. So that's why many people, even in the Silicon Valley, are moving to Rakuten.
Japan is in transition, political transition. Abenomics, it has been a period of time of where women have been in power, bringing women into the economy. We're very cognizant of what Abenomics is. You have a new prime minister. You have a new economic paradigm at the central bank. How do you think things are going to change in Japan? Do you think Kishida is very pro-business for you?
That was one of the topics I wanted to avoid, but
Well, it's Bloomberg. You get asked tough questions. Go on, give it a go.
Well, obviously, Abe-san was a great leader. He was my good friend. The day after I visited the sad thing happened, I visited his house. I was one of his advisors, and he made a big transition. The Japanese economy was going down. Nikkei was at the bottom. He brought it up. I think Kishida-san needs to become a little bit more aggressive, right? He has to really think about the future, not to try to keep the harmony. Disruption will make a little bit disruptive society in a short term, but that's the transformation stage we need to go through. So I hope, including monetary policies and everything. I think not just listening to the people, but he has to have the vision where we want to go. We cannot just depend 100% on just manufacturing and assembly industry. We have to become the leader of the digital economy. We need to have more challengers, more entrepreneurs like myself. And that's something I hope Mr. Kishida will, kind of embrace and lead.
You are an entrepreneur, and you were sort of an evangelist for your business across the businesses. Is Japan society, and you hire the youth of Japan, you hire even people my age in Japan, is society in Japan ready for another jolt? Because Abenomics was a jolt. It was an economic jolt. Kishidanomics, what really needs to be jolt? You said he needs to sort of give the tree a bit of a shake. Well, you as an entrepreneur, what do you want to see him shake?
So I will give one example. 9 years ago, I changed internal communication language of Rakuten from Japanese to English. I thought all these senior people will probably quit my company because they cannot really do it. But surprisingly, the first generation who really mastered speaking English was the senior people. They had a pride in themselves, and they challenged it. So you have to really trust, not to just protect them. You have to show the vision, and you need to trust your people that this is going to be a good thing. That's something Japan is becoming, in a short expression, too socialist. I think we have to believe in capitalism. We have to believe in the future, and we need to build the future. And he has to show what the future is going to be.
I think Elon Musk was with the audience this morning, and he talked about Twitter as being a startup in reverse. So we covered that extensively when he was on air from here. You're a man of moonshots. You're a man of ambition. Where's the next moonshot? What do you want to buy? If I said to you, what could you buy? What business could you buy that you just can't get your hands on?
I don't have any. My hands are full with this very big, project for mobile industry transformation. Move away and wake up all these telecoms. Don't go to the traditional legacy path. Let's move to the future. This is what I did for e-commerce 25 years ago. We have to virtualize. We cannot really depend on hardware for wireless network. So that's a very big project, and I need to become an evangelist for that. And the other one is, I need another 15 minutes to talk about this, but I have another biotech company, which is to conquer the cancer, and we want to be very active in the Middle East.
Miki-san, thank you very much for being with the World Government Summit today.
Thank you.
أصحاب السمو، الحضور الكريم، نستمع لكلمة رئيسية لمعالي علي أسدوف رئيس وزراء جمهورية أذربيجان.
Your Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Ali Asadov, Prime Minister of the Republic of Azerbaijan.
Hörmətli summit iştirakçıları, xanımlar və cənablar, əvvəlcə Birləşmiş Ərəb Əmirliklərinin ali rəhbərliyinə salamlarımı çatdırıram. Eyni zamanda bu mühüm toplantıda iştirak etmək üçün dəvətə görə təşkilatçılara təşəkkürümü bildirmək istəyirəm. Mən Birləşmiş Ərəb Əmirliklərinə səfər etməkdən böyük məmnunluq duyuram. Bugün Birləşmiş Ərəb Əmirlikləri dünyanın ən sabit və inkişaf etmiş, həyatın bütün sahələrini mühüm nailiyyətlər əldə etmiş ölkələrdən biridir. Fürsətdən istifadə edərək bu münasibətlə Birləşmiş Ərəb Əmirliklərinin rəhbərliyinə və xalqını təbrik edirəm. Xanımlar və cənablar, Azərbaycan Respublikası bugün müstəqil və fəal xarici siyasət yürüdür, dünya miqyasında etibarlı tərəfdaş kimi tanınır. 44 günlük vətən müharibəsində Azərbaycan 30 illik işğal altında qalan öz əzəli torpaqlarını azad etdi. Beynəlxalq hüquqa, onun norma və prinsiplərinə hər zaman böyük hörmətlə, məsuliyyətlə yanaşan Azərbaycan dövləti bugün regionda sülhün, sabitliyin, əməkdaşlığın və dayanıqlı inkişafın bərqərar edilməsi istiqamətində səylərlə çalışır. Biz hər zaman həm regionda, həm dünya miqyasında anlaşmanın və qarşılıqlı əməkdaşlığın təşviq etmişik. Təbii ki, qoşulmama hərəkatındakı uğurlu sədrliyimiz xüsusilə vurğulanmalıdır. Üz dövlətlərin yekdil fikirliyində bizim sədrliyimiz bir il uzadılıb. Biz bunu beynəlxalq arenada oynadığımız rola verilən qiymət kimi qiymətləndiririk. Azərbaycan hər zaman ehtiyac içərisində olan ölkələrlə həmrəy olub. Onlara yardım göstərib. Xüsusilə də dövr ərzində COVID-la bağlı 80-dən çox ölkəyə göstərdiyimiz dəstək bizim beynəlxalq arenada həmrəliyin möhkəmləndirilməsinə töhfəmizdir. Fürsətdən istifadə edərək Türkiyənin cənubi şərqində baş vermiş dəhşətli zəlzələ ilə bağlı bir daha bu yüksək tribunadan Azərbaycanın Türkiyə dövləti və xalqı ilə həmrəyliyini ifadə edirəm. İqtisadi inkişafdan qaynaqlanan yüksək maliyyə imkanlarının uzun illər makroiqtisadi sabitlik və artıma mühüm töhfə vermiş, o cümlədən iqtisadiyyatın şaxələndirilməsi, biznes və investisiya mühitinin daha da yaxşılaşdırılması, milli iqtisadiyyatın rəqabət qabiliyyətinin artırılması, əhalinin sosial müdafiəsinin təmin edilməsi, insanların yaşayış şəraitinin yaxşılaşdırılması, yoxsulluq səviyyəsinin əhəmiyyətli dərəcədə azaldılması üçün etibarlı zəmin yaratmışdır. Ötən illər təcrübəsi göstərdi ki, Azərbaycan iqtisadiyyatının nümunəvi model kimi hətta qlobal təsirlərə dözümlülük nümayiş etdirir. Keçən il bizim ümumi daxili məhsulumuz 4,6% artıb. Xarici ticarətimiz ildən ilə artır. Eyni zamanda bizim xarici borcumuz əhəmiyyətli dərəcədə azalıb. iqtisadiyyatın şaxələndirilməsi və ixrac potensialının yüksəldilməsi istiqamətində tədbirlər nəticəsində qeyri-neft məhsullarının ixracı 12%-dan artıq yüksəlib və dövlət büdcəsinin gəlirlərinin 50%-nin qeyri-neft qaz gəlirləri hesabına formalaşıb. Kənd təsərrüfatının məhsullarının ixracı 12%-dan çox artıb. Məlum olduğu kimi, bütün ölkələr üçün ərzaq təhlükəsizliyi məsələləri kəskin şəkildə aktuallaşıb. Bu çağırışların fonunda Azərbaycanda əsas ərzaq məhsulu ilə daxili bazarın tənzimlənməsi, yaxşılaşdırılması və özünün təminat səviyyəsinin qorunması istiqamətində təxirə salınmaz tədbirlər görülür. Azərbaycan dövlət siyasətinin mühüm tərkib hissələrindən biri də əhalinin sosial məsələlərin həlli, onların dövlət orqanlarının xidmətlərinə əlçatanlığını təmin edilməsi və vətəndaş məmnunluğunu daha da artırılmasıdır. Aparılan islahatlar çərçivəsində Azərbaycan Prezidentinin təşəbbüsü ilə vətəndaşlara xidmət və sosial innovasiyalar üzrə Dövlət Agentliyi ASAN xidməti yaradılıb. Ölkəmizdə ASAN xidmət mərkəzlərinin sayı artıq 24-ə çatıb və onlar hər gün minlərlə vətəndaşa dövlət və özəl qurumlarının 360-dan çox xidmətini təklif edirlər. Eyni zamanda əhalinin dövlət tərəfindən təklif edilən əmək, məşğulluq və sosial müdafiə xidmətlərinə çıxışını təmin etmək məqsədi ilə dost xidmət mərkəzləri yaradılmışdır. Sosial xidmətlər sahəsində keyfiyyətcə yeni mərhələ açan dost mərkəzləri şəffaflıq, operativlik, vətəndaş məmnunluğunu təmin etmək məqsədini güdür. Biz ötən illər ərzində nəqliyyat infrastrukturuna böyük sərmayələr yatızdırmışıq. Son illərdə Azərbaycanda 20.000 kilometrə yaxın avtomobil yolu, 1400 kilometr dəmir yolu tikilib və əsaslı təmir edilib. İkinci Qarabağ müharibəsindəki qələbədən sonra işğaldan azad edilmiş ərazilərdə minlərlə kilometr avtomobil yolu və yüzlərlə kilometr dəmir yolu çəkilib. 2 beynəlxalq hava limanı istifadəyə verilib və biri də tikilməkdədir. Azərbaycan Xəzər dənizində ən böyük mülki yük donanmasına malikdir. Bakıda gəmiqayırma zavodu fəaliyyət göstərir və bütün növ gəmiləri istehsal edə bilir. Azərbaycan bir sıra regional və beynəlxalq layihələrin təşəbbüskarı və əsas iştirakçısıdır. Onların sırasında Bakı, Tbilisi, Kars, Şərq-Qərb və Şimal-Cənub nəqliyyat dəhlizlərini qeyd etmək olar. Eyni zamanda beynəlxalq yük daşımalarda orta dəhlizin rolunu gündən-günə artır. Asiya və Avropanın inteqrasiya üçün mühüm əhəmiyyətə malik bu dəhlizin yaxın gələcəkdə dünyanın ən təhlükəsiz və operativ dəhlizlərindən birinə çevrilməsi üçün gözəl perspektivlər var. Bu dəhlizlərin kəsişməsində yerləşən yeni Bakı Beynəlxalq Dəniz Ticarət Limanı ölkənin tranzit imkanlarının genişləndirilməsinə həlledici və mühüm rola malikdir. Xəzər dənizinin ən böyük ticarət limanlarından biri olan Bakı limanının yük aşırma qabiliyyəti 15 milyon tondur. Ərazimizdən tranzit daşımaları və yük axınlarının böyük həcmdə artdığını nəzərə alaraq biz limanın yük daşıma qabiliyyətinin 25 milyon tona qədər artırılması işlərinə başlamışıq. Bütün bunlar açıq dənizə çıxışı olmayan bir ölkə olan Azərbaycanın beynəlxalq logistik və nəqliyyat mərkəzinə çevrilməsini təmin edir. Eyni zamanda ölkəmiz kosmik sanayi ve muasir texnologiyalar sahəsində uğurlara nail olub. Azərbaycan bugün dünyanın kosmik klubunun üzvlərindən biridir. Yeri gelmişken 2023 yılın oktyabr ayında Bakı şehrində 74. Beynəlxalq Astronavtika Kongresi'nin keçiriləcək və mən fürsətdən istifadə edərək bu sahədə fəaliyyət göstərən bütün təşkilat və qurumları bu möhtəbər konqresə dəvət edirəm. Azərbaycan eyni zamanda bir sıra vacib enerji layihələrinin təşəbbüskarı və iştirakçısı qismində çıxış edir. Bu layihələrdən Cənub qaz dəhlizini xüsusi qeyd etmək istərdim. Avropanın enerji təhlükəsizliyin təmin edilməsinə xidmət göstərən bu global layihə Azərbaycan qazının Avropaya birbaşa nəqd edilməsinə imkan yaratmışdır. Ötən ilin iyul ayında Azərbaycan ilə Avropa Komissiyası arasında anlaşma memorandumu imzalandı və sənədə əsasən 2027-ci ilə qədər Azərbaycan təbii qazının təchizatını həcmi 2 dəfə artıraraq Avropaya çatdıracaq. Bununla beraber Azərbaycan elektrik enerjisi ixtisasçısı kimi də öz mövqeylərini möhkəmləndirməkdədir. Azərbaycan çox böyük yaşıl enerji potensialına malikdir. Bugün biz xarici investorlarla birlikdə günəş və külək enerjisinin istehsalı ilə bağlı layihələrə başlamışıq. Bunlardan biri Birləşmiş Ərəb Əmirliklərinin Mazdar şirkəti ilə birgə həyata keçirilir. Mazdar şirkəti bu sahədə bizim üçün əsas tərəfdaşlardan biridir. Eyni zamanda ötən ilin dekabr ayında Buxarestdə Azərbaycan, Gürcüstan, Rumıniya və Macaristan arasında yaşıl enerjinin inkişafı və ötürülməsi sahəsində strateji tərəfdaşlıq haqqında saziş imzalanıb. Saziş, ölkəmizin bərpa olunan mənbələrdən əldə edilən elektrik enerjisinin Avropa bazarlarına çıxarılması üçün böyük perspektivlər vəd edir. Xanımlar və cənablar, son iqtisadi prosesləri, o cümlədən post-pandemiya, post-münaqişə və polikrizis dövrünün çağırışlarını nəzərə alaraq, qarşıdakı illərdə ölkə iqtisadiyyatın davamlı və yüksək artım tempini edə bilən yeni driverların yaradılması zərurətə çevrilmişdir. Sosial-iqtisadi islahatların bu istiqamətdə səmərəli reallaşdırılması yalnız yeni, müasir, strateji baxışın tətbiqi şəraitində mümkün ola bilər. Bunu nəzərə alaraq, Azərbaycan Respublika Prezidenti 5 milli prioritet təsdiq etmişdir. Bunlar dayanıqlı, artan, rəqabət qabiliyyətli iqtisadiyyat, dinamik, inklüziv və sosial ədalətə əsaslanan cəmiyyət, rəqabət qabiliyyətli insan kapitalı və müasir innovasiyalar məkanı, işğaldan azad olunmuş ərazilərə böyük qayıdış və təmiz ətraf mühit və yaşıl artım ölkəsi. Milli prioritetlər 2030-cu ilədək olan dövründə 4-cü sənaye inqilabı şəraitində yüksək rifaha keçidi müəyyən edən uzun müddətli strateji baxış sənədidir. Milli prioritetlər bir-biri ilə qarşılıqlı əlaqədə olan 3 başlıca komponentin dayanıqlı inkişafın müəyyən edir. Rəqabət qabiliyyətli iqtisadiyyat, müasir bilik və bacarığa malik insan kapitalı və keyfiyyətli ətraf mühit. Bu imkanlar 2030-cu ilə qədər olan mərhələdə Azərbaycanın iqtisadi suverenliyi möhkəmləndirilməsinə və müasir həyat standartlarına əsaslanan yüksək sosial rifah cəmiyyətini malik qüdrətli dövlətə çevrilməsinə zamin verir. Eyni zamanda 30 il ərzində işğal altında qalan ərazilərimizin azad edilmesi, bu ərazilərin ölkənin ümumi iqtisadiyyatına reinteqrasiyası, yeni beynəlxalq və regional nəqliyyat logistika dəhlizlərin xüsusilə də region üçün böyük əhəmiyyətə malik Zəngizur dəhlizinin imkanları faydalanaraq Azərbaycanın inkişafına böyük təkan verəcək. Bu çərçivədə regionda təhlükəsizliyin, sabitliyin, rifahın və qarşılıqlı faydalı əməkdaşlığın formalaşması, eləcə də iqtisadi və ticari əlaqələrin inkişaf etməsi Cənubi Qafqazın lider dövləti olan Azərbaycanın region iqtisadiyyatının ümumi arxitekturasının müəyyən edilməsində rolunu daha da möhkəmləndirəcək. Xanımlar və cənablar, çıxışımın sonunda Dünya Hökumət Samitinə uğurlu olacağına əminliyimi ifadə edirəm. Hər birinizə uğurlar arzulayıram. Diqqətinizə görə çox sağ olun.
نشكر معالي علي أسدوف رئيس وزراء جمهورية أذربيجان على هذه الكلمة الرئيسية.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this main address.
أيها الحضور الكريم، سنستأنف الجلسة التالية بعد قليل.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our next session shortly.
أيها الحضور الكريم، سنستأنف الجلسة التالية بعد قليل.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our next session shortly.
We live in a world of plenty, yet so many don't have enough. Our world is constantly evolving. New opportunities come with countless decisions. But how can we champion positive change and mitigate risks, and use our collective strength to empower and leave no one behind? The truth is, our every action shapes the lives of many. Accelerating development and governance is laying the groundwork for the future of societies and healthcare. Exploring new frontiers pushes the boundaries of knowledge and increases our resilience and connectivity. Reinventing the world that surrounds us is putting the focus back on the very thing that made us excel. Join us as we explore new ways in shaping the future. World Government Summit, Shaping Future Governments.
أصحاب السمو والمعالي، الحضور الكريم، نستمع الآن لكلمة رئيسية لسمو الشيخ محمد بن حمد الشرقي ولي عهد إمارة الفجيرة بعنوان التوجهات الاستراتيجية للفجيرة.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Hamad al-Sharqi, Crown Prince of the Emirate of Fujairah, in a session titled Fujairah's Strategic Outlook. Please note that this session will be in Arabic. Kindly use your headsets for instant interpretation.
صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد، أصحاب السمو الشيوخ والمعالي، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اسمحوا لي في البداية أن أنقل لكم تحيات صاحب السمو الشيخ حمد بن محمد الشرقي عضو المجلس الأعلى حاكم الفجيرة، وتحيات أهلنا في إمارة الفجيرة مع أمنياتنا لهذه القمة العالمية بالتوفيق والنجاح. نلتقي في هذا الحفل الريادي العالمي حيث تجتمع العقول والخبرات من العالم لنتشارك أفضل التجارب والممارسات في منظمات عمل الحكومات كي نناقش اليوم واقعنا ومستقبلنا ونطرح التحديات التي تقودنا بالتفكير والتحليل نحو الحلول لنسهم في صنع حياة أفضل لشعوب المنطقة والعالم. أن دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة بقيادة صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس الدولة حفظه الله، وأخيه صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم نائب رئيس الدولة رئيس مجلس الوزراء حاكم دبي رعاه الله، تحكي قصة نجاحها إلى العالم وتنقل أفضل التجارب والنماذج الإنسانية في جميع المجالات الحيوية لمشاركتها مع الآخر. وفي القمة العالمية للحكومات تقود الإمارات عنوان الريادة وتتيح للعالم أن يجتمع على أرضها لتبادل المعارف والأفكار التي تخدم البشرية والإنسان. إن دولة الإمارات نموذج حي ودائم لمسيرة التحول، وقصة فريدة لبناء اتحاد راسخ بفضل عزيمة الحكام المؤسسون وطموح خلفائهم المستمر في رحلة تطوير الوطن وبناء نهضته والحفاظ على مكتسباته. نؤكد اليوم أن خطواتنا متسارعة نحو الخطط الاستراتيجية الكبرى ومشاريع التنمية المستدامة، وقد أثبتت دولة الإمارات حضورها الراسخ كدولة رائدة على جميع المستويات. وإننا في إمارة الفجيرة بتوجيهات صاحب السمو الشيخ حمد بن محمد الشرقي عضو المجلس الأعلى حاكم الفجيرة نخطو خطوات مشهودة في أهم المجالات الحيوية التي تخدم بناء الإنسان وتدعم تقدمه وتسهم في تمكينه كفرد إيجابي ومنتج يتطلع دائما نحو القمة. إن إمارة الفجيرة تعمل على توجهات استراتيجية تدعم التحولات التنموية الكبرى لدولة الإمارات، حيث تحتل الفجيرة مكانة خاصة في مجال تقديم الخدمات اللوجستية عالميا بسبب موقعها المتميز، حيث يعد ميناء الفجيرة أحد أكبر الموانئ البترولية في العالم، ويحتل المركز الثالث عالميا في مناولة النفط ومشتقاته، والمركز الثالث عالميا في تزويد السفن بالوقود. يحتل المركز الثالث، المركز الأول في الشرق الأوسط والمركز الثالث عالميا تزويد السفن. وتشمل خطتنا التوسعية للميناء زيادة عدد الأرصفة البترولية من 12 رصيف إلى 23 رصيفا بتروليا لرفع حجم مناولة المنتجات البترولية إلى 1.4 مليار برميل سنويا. وبتوجيهات صاحب السمو الشيخ حمد بن محمد الشرقي نعمل الآن على تطوير ميناء دبا الفجيرة وتحويله إلى ميناء تجاري متعدد الاستخدامات بتكلفة إجمالية تبلغ 1.6 مليار درهم. ولعل توجه حكومة الفجيرة الاستراتيجي بترسيخ موقع الإمارة في مجال الصناعات البترولية أكسبنا خبرة وقوة في هذا السوق العالمي، حيث أطلقنا منطقة الفجيرة الصناعية البترولية فوز في العام 2011 لتشكل مظلة داعمة لهذا القطاع الحيوي. وتستقطب المنطقة البترولية في الفجيرة اليوم كبرى الشركات العالمية الرائدة في مجال الطاقة، حيث ارتفع عدد الخزانات من 136 خزانا إلى 380 خزانا في نهاية 2022. وتبلغ الطاقة التخزينية الحالية 78 مليون برميل، لتضع إمارة الفجيرة في المركز الأول في الشرق الأوسط ضمن أكبر 3 مناطق للطاقة عالميا. وفي هذا العام سوف تستكمل شركة بترول أبو ظبي الوطنية أدنوك مشروع إقامة أكبر خزان تحت الأرض في الفجيرة لتخزين 42 مليون برميل من النفط بتكلفة إجمالية تصل إلى 4.4 مليار درهم. وستكمل الفجيرة مسيرة النمو تماشيا مع رؤية الدولة بتوفير حلول الطاقة الصديقة للبيئة وخفض انبعاثاتها، ويجري العمل مع شركائنا على إنشاء محطة للغاز المسال بسعة 10 مليون طن سنويا لخدمة قطاع النقل البحري والطاقة العالمي. ونشير إلى أن الإمارة تضم قطاعا صناعيا متطورا في كل من صناعات تحويلية والبتروكيماوية، يضم 261 منشأة صناعية برأس مال يقدر حوالي 10 مليار درهم. وتصدر منتجاتنا التعدينية قائمة صناعات ذات الرأس المال الأعلى بالفجيرة نحو 5 مليارات درهم، يليها قطاع المحاجر والتعدين بأكثر من 3.5 مليار درهم. وما يمنح القطاع الصناعي قيمة مضافة في الإمارة هو توفر المواد الخام الأولية من صخور ومعادن يمكن استثمارها في الصناعة الاستراتيجية الاستخراجية، بالإضافة إلى البنية التحتية والخدمات اللوجستية التي تقدمها حكومة الفجيرة للمستثمرين. كما تعمل حكومة الفجيرة على تشجيع الشركات المحلية لتعزيز قطاع الأعمال والاقتصاد وتطوير الاستثمار المحلية بما يخدم توجه الدولة في هذا القطاع. وانطلاقا من خطة الفجيرة الشمولية 2040 التي تهدف إلى تعزيز القطاعات الحيوية مثل تعزيز الاقتصاد والإسكان والنقل والبنية التحتية، نؤكد اليوم أن إمارة الفجيرة حققت قفزات كبيرة من أهم القطاعات التي تدعم نهضة الدولة ونموها على مستوى الأفراد والمؤسسات على حد سواء، وتقديم الخدمات الحكومية وفقا على معايير الجودة والتنافسية. ولعل أبرز الإنجازات التي ستشكل نقلة نوعية في منظومة قطاع النقل والمواصلات في الدولة وإمارة الدولة عامة وإمارة الفجيرة خاصة هو المشروع الوطني الأضخم من نوعه قطار الاتحاد، الذي يمر عبرها وسيقدم مستوى جديد من خدمات النقل في المنطقة، كما أن وجود ميناء الفجيرة كنقطة ربط محورية على طريق مبادرة الحزام الاقتصادي لطريق الحرير عزز نمو التجارة والاقتصاد العالمي ورسخ موقعها كهمزة وصل بين الشرق والغرب في حركة البضائع العالمية. وتأكيدا على أهمية موقع الفجيرة الجغرافي، نؤكد أن القطاع السياحي في الإمارات شهد خلال السنوات القليلة الماضية تحولات كثيرة عززت جاذبية السياحة الداخلية وللزوار من الخارج الدولة، حيث ارتفع عدد نزلاء الفنادق والمنتجات السياحية من الإمارة بين عامين 2010 و2020. وقد حبى الله تعالى أرضنا الغالية بطبيعة فريدة من نوعها وتاريخ عريق تعكسه المعالم الأثرية التي تشهد على رحلة الإنسان فيها، وموروث ثقافي زاخر يعبر عن أصالة المكان ورحلة الزمان. فشكل التمازج العمراني والثراء الحضاري عنصراً جاذباً للسياحة الداخلية والخارجية، ونسعى للتحقيق الأفضل فيه. ويتوقع أن تشهد هذه الأرقام قفزة كبيرة خلال السنوات القليلة المقبلة مع دخول العديد من المشاريع السياحية هذا السوق الذي يشهد نمواً متواصلاً. كما أن صاحب السمو الشيخ حمد بن محمد الشرقي عضو المجلس الأعلى حاكم الفجيرة وجه بتشكيل لجنة تطوير الإمارة التي تعمل على تحقيق أهداف الخطة في مجال الإسكان والبنية التحتية والتوجيه وتنفيذ المشاريع التي من شأنها تحسين حياة الأفراد وتحقيق استقرارهم المجتمعي وتوفير حياة كريمة لهم. وحسب الرؤية الحكيمة التي أطلقها المغفور له الشيخ زايد بن سلطان النهيان طيب الله ثراه، التي صارت خارطة طريق لنا، لا يكتمل بناء العمران إلا ببناء الإنسان، وكذلك من خلال تمكينه ورفع وعيه الاجتماعي والشخصي. لذا حرصنا في حكومة الفجيرة على النهوض بالقطاع الثقافي والرياضي عبر المبادرات والمهرجانات الدولية التي ترتكز على المشتركات الإنسانية بين البشر، إضافة إلى محركات التطوير المعرفي للكوادر البشرية وبرامج التميز الحكومي. ولأن المستقبل لا يؤمن إلا بالثوابت، فعلى الحاضر أن يتغير باستمرار ويتحلى بالمرونة والتوازن والقدرات على اقتناص الفرص والاحتمالات، ويستشرف المراحل القادمة بطموح وجرأة. ولا تكتمل الرحلة إلا بالنظر إلى الماضي واستخلاص الدروس والتعلم منها ورواية قيمها للأجيال، فقصص النجاح والإنجاز مستمرة، وكذلك قصة الفجيرة. الأخوة والأخوات، إنسان اليوم هو خليفة الإنسان الذي عاش في هذه المنطقة منذ آلاف السنين، ونحن أبناء الجيل الذي عايش ظروف الحياة الصعبة قبل تجربة الاتحاد، وطوع الصحراء وروض قسوة الأرض واتخذ البحر حياة وتعلم من شموخ الجبال. إننا امتداد مستمر للإنسان القادر على تحويل التحديات إلى أمل، وأبناء من آمنوا بالعطاء والبذل والعمل، وشغلتهم الطموحات التي لا تعرف الحدود ولا تعترف بالمستحيل، وسنكمل طريقنا بخطى ثابتة وعزيمة حاضرة. ولعل أغلب من في هذه القاعة زاروا إمارة الفجيرة وشاهدوا مساحتها الخضراء وجبالها الشامخة وقلاعها التاريخية، واستشعروا تاريخ العميق في امتداد ومعناه، وأثره على حياة معاصرة مليئة بالشغف والإنجاز. اليوم أصبحت الفجيرة منارة للمعرفة والمستقبل المشرق الذي يتطلع لبناء وعي الإنسان وتمكينه ليكون جزءا من القصة الكاملة ويحظى بحياة طيبة على هذه الأرض الطيبة. وشكرا لكم والسلام عليكم.
نشكر سمو الشيخ محمد بن حمد الشرقي على هذه الكلمة الملهمة.
Thank you, Your Highness, for this inspiring session. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, this year, the World Government Summit organized the 4th edition of the Shaping Future Governments Global Universities Challenge. This challenge brings together more than 100 of the brightest minds from renowned global universities and graduate schools and engages them in an innovative competition to improve the way governments work. 12 teams competed in this edition of the challenge. Each team worked during the last 3 days of the summit on drafting a charter of the universal digital rights which could be adopted on a global scale. They had less than 5 minutes to pitch their solutions before a distinguished judging panel. We invite His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Chairman of the Dubai Media Council, to present the award to the winner. Ladies and gentlemen, the 3 finalists for this challenge award are, for the 2nd time in a row, Tuck School of Business from the United States of America. IE School of Global and Public Affairs from Spain. University College London from the United Kingdom.
And the winning team is IE School of Global and Public Affairs. We welcome the winning team to the stage to receive the Challenge Trophy from His Highness. Congratulations to IE School of Global and Public Affairs, and we thank you, Your Highness, Sheikh Ahmed bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Chairman of the Dubai Media Council, and congratulations to our winners.
طنط ارتحت العصابة، عمرو طلع بيضحك، مديرك بيجيب غيرك، كل ده بيحصل بالليل. هتعمل ايه؟
ولا أي حاجة. هطلب لماما ديدي وخطيبتي جابت ديدي ولحقت مديري بديدي.
طريقك أمان، جيبك أمان، مواعيدك مظبوطة. ديدي الذكي اللي بيوصل.
Mr. Hudson, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, the gentlewoman from Oregon, Mrs. Chavez DeReamer, the gentlewoman from Virginia, Mrs. Kiggins, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries, the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark, the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar, the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu,